and we'll get to the student protest. But before, let's start with the Rafah invasion, the Rafah siege. 40 people, 40 plus people were killed. My dad is taking care of Farley right now. Yesterday at UT, they legit had a massive bus for mass casualties. Never seen anything like it. Someone said I'm cranky today. I think I'm just like really tired today. I don't know what it is. Does Farley like him? I think Farley would like my dad more than he likes me. I'll be honest. All right.
Hamas leaders are considering a new Middle East ceasefire proposal from Israel. The deal includes a 40-day truce in return for the release of some hostages. It would also allow for displaced families to return to northern Gaza. It's reported to involve new wording on restoring calm to Gaza. It's designed to satisfy.
Bro, I just realized like I'm probably tired because I've just been cranking out 10-hour streams every fucking day. Something's got to give. That's probably what it is. I'm doing 10-hour streams every day. And also on top of that, I've been working out in the mornings and stuff too. So it's like, that's what it is. Israel heard 40 days and decided to kill 40 people. Yeah. All right, let's get started. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about what the hell's going on. The war cabinet desperately wants to attack Rafah. You got fucking the centrist liberal coalition constituency with Benny Gantz, who is the liberal general who wants to attack Rafah. You got America saying, do not fucking touch Rafah. That's really fucked up. So Benjamin Netanyahu has to basically communicate America's wishes to the war cabinet. And then you also have the Smotrich and the Bezalel Smotrich and the further right coalition of Itamar Ben-Gvir, who also want to fucking hit Rafah and just do as much genocide as possible. So Benjamin Netanyahu is stuck between a rock and a hard place. So does he care about Palestinian lives? Of course not. Of course, he loves killing Palestinians. Don't misunderstand me at all. But he also understands with his, 20, 30 fucking years of experience with dealing with the United States of America as the state representative of Israel, that invading Rafah is probably going to really piss off the Western world and just like maybe even sever some ties. You got the ICC arrest warrants that are coming down potentially. There's a lot of Western pressure on Israel. Now, obviously, many of you will say, Western pressure on Israel from actual organs of the government? The fuck do you mean? These guys are doing a genocide. I mean, there's a lot of Western pressure on Israel in a way that Israel has never seen before. Because if you're Israel, you're used to being babied all day, every day. They're like, how much money you want? Oh, I'm so mad at you, but here's like fucking $1 gazillion of weapons that you can use on directly targeting children inside of Gaza, right? So for that to be what they're used to, this level of scrutiny over their behavior, over their actions, even in the fucking media, and certainly from actual bodies of government, not just like the feckless institution of the United Nations, but like actual American politicians, like being like, yo, you can't fucking invade Rafah, has caused Benjamin Netanyahu to be a little bit more careful about this process. But he still obviously has internal issues. One of the major roles he's playing here is obviously defending his legacy and maintaining his power, because if he's out of office, if he's out of the war cabinet, he's gone. If there's a new election, he's gone, right? Or at least like he most likely will not be able to build another coalition. So having said that, he doesn't want to fucking let the war cabinet go. So this is the reason why the even further right elements like Ben-Gvir, even further right elements like Smotrich are capable of basically saying, if you don't do what we want you to do, we'll disband the war cabinet. So he's weak in that sense, because if the war cabinet goes away, new government comes in, he's fucking cooked, he goes to jail. That's it. That's the situation at hand. So these are the different forces converging here on why, if you're wondering like why Israel has not, gone into Rafah yet, it's because of self-preservation from every angle all the way down. And that's why there's like limitations. Now, having said that, it's dog shit. The way that they're trying to Like the fact that they're trying to invade Rafah or even talking about this as anything beyond like another pressure point for Hamas from their perspective is insane to me. Like one might assume that they're simply talking about invading Rafah, even though they don't actually want to invade Rafah because they want to apply pressure to Hamas so that Hamas will listen to their demands and like lower their otherwise very reasonable demands that they've made time and time again. Like maybe it's just brinksmanship, maybe it's just politics, or maybe if you are fucking Ben Gvir or Smotrich, it's literally wanting to kill as many Palestinian children as possible because that's the only way you can come. So there are a lot of different factors. There are a lot of different motivations at play here. But it seems the Israeli prime minister says the Rafah attack will go ahead with or without a truce deal.
Hamas's demand for a permanent ceasefire. A source close to the talks told the BBC the new proposal from Israel is significantly different from previous offers. The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken called this deal extraordinarily generous. That view echoed by the UK's Foreign Secretary Lord Cameron.
All the pressure in the world and all the eyes of the world should be on them today, saying take that deal. It will bring about this stop in the fighting that we all want to see so badly.
According to Israel, 133 hostages are still being held by Hamas and Gaza.
David Cameron is the, what is this? Add Bry on Discord. Why did you delete him? He's in Gaza right now. Who the fuck is Bry? What? What? Are you okay, bro? Okay. I have no idea. Bro, I said, who the fuck is Bry? And he just wrote Bry. Man, take your medication, please. Please, I promise. It's good. It's yummy, bro. It's a Brody. What the fuck is that? I don't know who that is. What? I don't even understand what the hell he's saying. Okay. Anyway, please don't be a debate. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on. All right. So, let's not forget Lord Cameron, the pig fucker himself, is directly the reason why, Elon Levy was fired from his government job. So at least that pig fucker got one good thing.
Gaza. At least 30 of them are presumed dead. Mediators from Egypt, Qatar and the US have been attempting for weeks to broker a deal to bring another pause in the fighting. Now, one source has told...
I just want y'all to remember, okay? I want y'all to remember, from the jump, there has never been a moment where anyone in the Western media or any Western politician has openly stated Hamas has actually made some reasonable demands here. It's always Hamas is fucking up the bag. Israel is giving them such a great deal, the greatest deal of all time. And these guys just don't want to take it. There has never been a single fucking piece of coverage in Western media, with the exception of like every now and then they'll have like a hostage negotiator, like a professional hostage negotiator guy or whatever, come up and be like, no, it's actually Israel that's fucking up the bag. But that's like on CNN International, or maybe every now and then they'll have like Christian Amanpour interview someone, and then that interview is it. Like that never goes anywhere. That never gets repeated over and over again. Everyone takes it for granted. Israel always has the most generous deals, and Hamas is always saying no to the generous deals. Why? Jew hatred, right? And you know, it's just rampant anti-Semitism. They just want to kill all the Jewish people. That's why they just won't do it. And it's like, from the jump, they have made very clear-cut demands. You might not agree with the actions of that happened, the actions that Palestinian resistance took on October 7. Certainly, there were a shit ton of tragedies, acts of terror. Having said that, however, their demands have been very reasonable and very just. Okay, as a political body, as a unit, as a group that is working on militarily resisting the apartheid regime, it's been fairly fucking just. Oh, here, Hamas official says group would lay down its arms if an independent Palestinian state is established on 1967 borders. Think about that. But hey, guess what, dude? That's unreasonable. You know what I mean? That's so unreasonable. We can't have that. We just can't simply fucking have that. Can't do that.
For the BBC, they are cautiously optimistic about the prospects of this deal being accepted. In a development, though, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that Israel will...
It's so funny because someone said, Isn't that the guy who said there should be multiple October 7s? And that's so hilarious to think about within the context of like who they are also agreeing to do this deal with. Because there is one guy that said, because of what Israel has done to us for 75 years, if we did 1 million October 7s, we would be righteous in that cause, which I don't agree with, right? Having said that, that's the one fucking guy that everybody points to say they're genocidal. Okay, on the other side, they're literally bargaining and trying to do a fucking ceasefire negotiation with dudes who openly are doing genocide and literally say way worse shit on a daily fucking basis with the entire backing of the Western world. So yeah, the one fucking Lebanese spokesperson, the one spokesperson for Lebanon saying some fucked up shit, okay, saying some fucked up shit one fucking time, like immediately after October 7, gets repeated over and over again. Every Israeli official at this point has been like, we have to wipe out the Palestinian scourge. Like, we have to clean up the lands of the parasitic Palestinian vermin, you know, their dogs, their fucking rats, whatever. All the classic Nazi tropes. I sleep. One time a Palestinian dude said, Israel's existence and its cruelty justifies 1 million October 7s. I wake up and I think, well, I see who the genocidal side is. Ridiculous. Different guy, lol. That's Ghazu Hamad. This is Khalil Al-Hayya. Oh, Smotrich said yesterday he wants to erase the memory of Amalek again. No half-ass job. Rafah, Dir el-Bala, Nusayrat, total annihilation. Erase the memory of Amalek from under the sky. There is no place for this pure evil. Has no cure. Cannot exist. That's so fucking... Ay. Oh my Lord. It's just, bro, I swear to God, every day since October 7, everybody used to come in here and be like, excuse me, Hassan, how dare you say Israel are the bad guys here? Okay. And then I would just show them a video like this from like an Israeli official. This guy's literally the fucking finance minister, for those of you who don't know, Bezalel Smotrich, who once famously said, I do not want my wife to give birth next to an Arab, okay, like a Palestinian citizen of Israel, like a non-Jewish person that has Israeli citizenship, okay? Because why would she give birth next to a terrorist who is inevitably going to try and kill her? Like, all Arabs are breeding, according to Bezalel Smotrich, future terrorists. So, like, yeah, finance minister and de facto governor of the entire West Bank. This guy controls the West Bank. This guy, yeah, he's a settler. To help you understand, like, I mean, that guy is literally a settler. So is Itamar Ben-Gvir. It's just like having a Klansman wearing the fucking... I mean, Itamar Ben-Gvir's party is called the Jewish Power Party, okay? The fuck are we doing? They literally are it is the white power equivalent. It's just so funny that we act like this is a functioning democracy and not this like psychopathic, bloodthirsty fascist state. It is such a hilarious thing to try and explain to Americans that like everything you know about Israel is just completely fabricated. Everything you have learned about Israel is just outright lies, okay? Just completely fabricated. The most moral army, bullshit. The fact that they have a functioning government and it's the only democracy in the fucking Middle East, fucking bullshit. Bullshit. It's an apartheid. Safest place on the planet for Jews, literally bullshit. Yeah, the Kahanis are considered too fascistic for even the nutcases in Likud. Ben-Gvir and the far-right Zionists are that insane. Yeah. I mean, they're actually terrorists. They are like, this is not my classification. This is the American State Department and the Israeli government's classification. Okay. Kahanists is a cult, is a psychopathic far-right Jewish extremist, a Jewish supremacist extremist cult that did acts of terror in the West Bank against Palestinians and also has like done acts of terror in the United States of America as well. These guys are so fucking far right. They are so psychopathic that the Israeli government thinks they're too much or thought that they were too much. Obviously now they don't care about it as much, but anyway, so it's always wild whenever we have these conversations and people are just like, wait, what the fuck do you mean? Like, are you telling me that an actual fucking rabid psychopathic Jewish supremacist far right cult has like mass support in the Knesset now and like a decent amount of support?
Will carry out an offensive against Hamas in Rafah, regardless of whether or not a ceasefire deal has been reached. Well, as those negotiations take place, fighting continues in Gaza. We've seen smoke rising over the centre of the Strip earlier today as airstrikes hit the territory. The Health Ministry said there had been a further 47 deaths in the last day. It says more than 34,500 people have died since the conflict began almost 7 months ago, following the Hamas attack on Israel on October the 7th. Our Middle East correspondent Yolanda is in Jerusalem.
This Hamas delegation that was in Cairo meeting Egyptian and Qatari.
What? I heard a high schooler say that she can't wait to leave the U.S. to go live in Israel and that she's sorry if it's controversial, but them that and their friends say that they should build playgrounds in Gaza and remove everything that's there. Don't know how someone can say that with a straight face. There's nothing funnier to me than motherfuckers who just like want to go and live in Israel. Bro, you live in America, okay? Like having an allegiance to a fucking fascist state, like this is so wild to me. Like you already live in a fucking fascist state and it's a better one. You know what I mean? Why the fuck would you go? Why would you go live in the fucking welfare state of the fascist state that's doing even more overt fascism? It doesn't make sense. Why is that shocking? White women, including T Swift, say they want to live in the 1830s. Okay, chill.
Mediators left late yesterday, and we understand that they're now in consultations with the top Hamas leadership. Arab media suggesting that they will get back to the mediators by the end of tomorrow with their response to the latest deal that's on the table. Now, feeding into all of that, we do have these new comments by the Israeli Prime Minister. On the one hand, he's reiterating what he's said now for many weeks, that Israel is still determined to go into Rafah in the very south of the Gaza Strip to eliminate Hamas battalions there, that they'll do that with or without a new hostage deal. But obviously the timing here is of the essence. This is a very sensitive moment, and there are fears that anything could scupper a new deal at this point.
We're just seeing pictures there of Benjamin Netanyahu. The war cabinet continues to meet, of course. How much domestic disagreement is there and disagreement within the cabinet about what should happen with Rafah?
Yeah, the disagreement ranges from like, do we kill every single Palestinian child or should we kill 98% of the Palestinian children? That's the fucking major disagreement in the war cabinet. Okay, all jokes aside, the major disagreement is like Netanyahu is trying to fucking keep it together while also meeting the demands of the West. He has at least somewhat of a better understanding of how the Western world is perceiving their actions than like the fucking sociopathic fascists, both to his left, which is such a funny thing to say, like Benny Gantz, who is also incredibly horny about invading Rafah, militarily dealing with Hamas. And then to his right, you have the absolute, like the even more psychopathic monsters. It's such a funny way to, like, it's such a funny thing to, like, cover. Yeah. The major disagreement in the most reductive terms can be reduced to it's between we got to do it right now and Rafah can wait. We got to get the hostages first. The floating port the U.S. is building off the Gaza coast, exactly the opposite of the largest gas field in the region, while the U.S. admin claims it's pushing an Israeli end of the Israeli war. Why is it hurrying towards completing the port, which Gazans do not want or need in this location? Yeah, I don't really understand like why they're still going off with this port shit, especially when considering that you could just open up the checkpoints. It just doesn't make sense. You know, you have access points that are literally easier and better that Israel is not allowing anybody to utilize currently. You can deliver aid from Israel, you can deliver aid from Egypt, and yet for some weird reason Israel won't allow that to happen. I wonder what that's about. Anyway.
I mean, within the overall cabinet of the coalition government led by Mr. Netanyahu, you do have some really deep divisions now. And those on the far right have really been saying that Israel needs to prioritize going into Rafah in order to win this war. One far right minister, Bezalel Smotrich, said the government had no right to exist if it didn't prioritize that. And then in response, we had Benny Gantz, who's a member of the war cabinet, more of a centrist, coming back saying that the government had no right to exist if it blocked a hostage deal. So you can see there is that dynamic going on. The latest comments by Mr. Netanyahu do appear to put him more on the side of his far-right ministers, but he's also going to be under a lot more international pressure in the coming hours, as we're expecting the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken to come to meet Israeli leaders. The US and others have really been pushing for a new deal at this point that would bring home Israeli hostages and in exchange have a sort of 6-day, 6-week ceasefire.
Damn, dude. Guys, I'm beginning to feel like I hate to make such strong claims on this broadcast, but I'm beginning to feel like the Israeli war cabinet and those in positions of power in Israel don't actually care about the hostages at all. Just a suspicion. I have this sneaking suspicion that if they cared about the hostages, the well-being of the hostages, they probably wouldn't have fucking flattened Gaza where the hostages were and killed a shit ton of them. And the remaining hostages, they're also actively trying to assassinate. I don't know. It's just a sneaking suspicion. I don't know. I can't say conclusively. I can, however, tell you that at the top of the hour, there is going to be a 3-minute ad break, and that is conclusive. But it's wild because, like, they put the fucking posters up. It's like, but they put the posters up everywhere in New York and in Los Angeles. There are all of the Israeli flags on Beverly Hills. Like right on Santa Monica Boulevard, right as soon as you enter Beverly Hills, you have all those flags honoring the hostages. It's just shocking to me. It's just shocking to me because, like, it kind of feels like the Israeli government doesn't fucking care. You know? What the fuck happened? Yeah. On October 8, I told you that the Israeli government demonstrated that they care more about killing Palestinians than they do about the safety and security of Jews living inside of Israel proper, which included the hostages and which included literally the Jewish people living inside of Israel in the kibbutzim at the time. I brought up the Hannibal Doctrine as a reason for why I don't believe that Israel, the reason why I don't believe Israel cares about the hostages is because of their own official policy. Their own military policy is to kill Israeli hostages rather than let Hamas or a Palestinian group actually take those hostages and use them as a political bargaining chip. That's the reason. They would rather continue killing them and continue doing their ethnic cleansing campaign. I was right. Many people at the time, probably not being super experienced with the way that Israel operates, not being very knowledgeable on Israel's fascist tendencies, assumed that Israel was being genuine when they said, oh no, we care about the hostages. The Israeli government, that is. They were wrong. I do not fault you for being wrong back then, partially because this is very new. This is a very new environment for a lot of young people. They've never really encountered they've never had to reckon with Israel's actions in this regard, because for the most part, this shit was nipped in the bud with one-sided coverage and no care or consideration for the humanity of the Palestinians whatsoever. All I'm saying is, nowadays, I think a lot more people do understand the reality. That is hard to believe. They know where the remaining hostages are, therefore they are destroying everything around them in order to extract them easier. This is an official policy. No, what you're doing is coping. If Israel's official policy was to actually care for the hostages, they would have not killed hundreds of them. And ironic that you're saying this when you also don't give a shit about the hostages, because the hostages that were released openly communicated that they were more afraid of Israel than they were. Oh, that was a joke, Hassan. Oh, I'm sorry. Bro, you can't be fucking coming in here and literally saying exactly what a fucking Hasbara operative would say. Just throw a fucking cap or something. Coming in here all gray with a new account saying that? Yeah. That's because Hasbara operatives are jokes.
In the Gaza Strip, and we've had various Western leaders coming out saying that this is something that is positive. Arab ministers supporting that as well.
Yolande, we've already heard from Mr. Blinken, who said that the US has not yet seen a plan that gives us confidence that civilians can be effectively protected in Rafah. How would you judge the US influence on Benjamin Netanyahu at the moment and their leverage?
Well, the US position is very much that really because of the number of people in Rafah down along the Egyptian border that have been displaced by the fighting, something like 1.4 million people crammed into a very small area. That means that no ground offensive can really take place effectively there. It's going to be impossible to move that many people in a way that Israel can go in with the force that it wants to go after what it says are 4 Hamas battalions that are still based in that city. It's the one part of the Gaza Strip where there has not been a full ground offensive up to now. But it's really not clear just how much leverage the US has over Israel. Of course, we know that on the international stage, it consistently shields Israel, that it is a major donor, just recently approved billions more dollars in military aid for Israel. But Israel has consistently made clear that when it comes to issues of its own security, it will very much take advice from the Americans. We know that there have meetings being taken place to try to discuss alternatives to a full ground invasion of Rafah with Israeli and US officials. But in the end, Israel says it makes its own decisions.
Yolande, now there.
There were also mass demonstrations in Israel last night. Thousands of protesters blocked a highway in Tel Aviv, demanding a deal to bring the remaining Israeli hostages.
Damn, bro. I can't believe they're blocking. Bro, what? Bro, why won't these guys care about? They're being real fucking annoying, man. Someone should go out and take care of these guys. You know what I mean? That's like, bro, I'll have you know, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, this is not allowed. And it's also kind of fucking annoying. All right? You better watch it now. Better watch this anti-Semitism that you're engaging in, demanding that the Israeli government do their very best to, make sure that your fucking friends and your immediate family members are not assassinated by the Israeli rockets. Can't be out here doing that. Everyone, the IDF has murdered tens of thousands of Palestinians in the last 7 months. Joe Biden, y'all taking over a building ain't it. Yeah, kind of messed up, guys. I've seen some schools have given into demands about disclosing their finances. Any school divestia. I'm worried that schools will dangle amnesty in front of students in the face in return, conceding on divestment.
Hostages home from Gaza. As Deborah Patter reports, there may be signs of progress in those negotiations.
Feeling the heat and running out of options. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's choice is stark. Press ahead with a Rafah invasion or free the hostages. There are daily protests demanding Netanyahu make a deal to bring those in captivity home.
Tough choices, man. Tough choices, guys. Sorry. We really want to fucking slaughter Palestinian babies. It's just like, have you considered, I know that your loved ones are trapped inside of Gaza. But having said that, have you thought about how excited I get at the prospect of ruthlessly, mercilessly assassinating Palestinian babies? Because it seems like you're doing a Bodies in Spaces and you're not centering this conversation around my personal feelings and how excited I am at fucking killing as many Palestinian children as possible. And the thing is, like, if you were to just like think about it a little bit clearly, you would probably understand that you want to mercilessly assassinate the Palestinian babies too. You just you're kind of a little passionate right now. I get it. Like, oh, your loved one is trapped inside of Gaza under the rubble because we blew it up. Like, sure. But think about it this way. Think about how good it would feel. Genociding an entire ethnic indigenous population feels so fucking good without a bitch telling you in your ear that their best friends are trapped down there. Okay? Just like, that's all I'm saying. It's like Little Caesar's Pizza genociding an entire indigenous population.
Whatever the price.
Stop the talking and start the actions. We are losing people that are alive now, and there is no time to waste.
But hardliners in Netanyahu's ruling coalition say his job is on the line if he delays the Rafah offensive in favor of a ceasefire. Also under pressure, Hamas.
Hamas has before it a proposal that
at a meeting with the Hostage Families Association told today, Netanyahu said the ICC arrest warrant should be, or shoot you not, an anti-Semitic hate crime. But Hasanabi, you say that, but we all know you have to live in Israel first before commenting or criticizing. Exactly. I need to walk a mile. I need to walk a mile in the most fascist shoes I can wear to really understand how cool it makes you feel when your government is just like ruthlessly bombing children, like nonstop.
is extraordinarily generous on the part of Israel.
The U.S. does not support a Rafah offensive, and the Secretary of State made it clear the suffering in Gaza must end. For Palestinians there, an end feels very far away. My uncle is still trapped in the rubble, cries Abdul Rahman Barika. His wheelchair-bound mother was also injured in the Israeli strike. As the house collapsed, Barika faced a decision no one should ever have to make. It was a choice between saving my children or saving my mother, he said. His children survived, but like everyone here, he is sick of war, longing for it to end.
Also weighing heavily on Netanyahu's mind, local media reports suggesting the International Criminal Court may be preparing warrants of arrest for both Israeli and Hamas leaders stemming from the October 7 attack and the war in Gaza. Tony?
Yeah, and the U.S. saying there's no...
Israel's too busy denying Srebrenica ever happened. Wait, what? What the fuck? BIH foreign minister slams Israeli ambassador for saying events at Srebrenica are not genocide. Bosnia and Herzegovina's foreign ministry chief Elmedin Konakovic has called the Israeli ambassador to Serbia, Jahel Wilan, a disgrace to both humanity and diplomacy, following the diplomat's statement that Israel does not recognize the events in Srebrenica as a genocide because it belittles the term, pronounced Srebrenica. Srebrenica. I get why. This is a trap. Chomsky also said this shit. Don't fall for it. Yeah, I think the reason why they say that is because like that being considered a genocide, okay, especially because it has the intent, the genocidal intent locked down, and all the way from administrative officials all the way down to the fucking to the soldiers that act out those desires, directly puts Israel in the crosshairs. Srebrenica. In Turkish, if that helps. It does help. That's all it is. That's all this is. I think Israel literally doesn't even recognize the Armenian genocide either for that same reason. Let me see. Yeah. Israel doesn't recognize. Yeah, Israel does not recognize the Armenian genocide for two reasons. One, because there are like Armenian Christians in Israel, in Jerusalem, and they fucking hate them, obviously. And the other reason is because like if they were to recognize the Armenian genocide, then people are going to turn around and be like, okay, you're doing that. You're literally doing that. And you're continuing to do that to the Palestinians and even sometimes the Armenians too. Israel's refusal to recognize the Armenian genocide is indefensible. Anyway, Says that they recognized it in 2016. Is this wrong? I mean, this is from 2019. An article in 2019 says that they don't. I think they recognized it recently, like last month. Maybe they recognized it in 2021. After Biden acknowledges Armenian genocide, Israel stops short of doing the same. Wait, what? Never mind. I mean, they also did quite literally help the Azeri government, the Azerbaijan government, do ethnic displacement with Israeli weapons. So I don't think against Armenians. So I don't think they give a shit about Armenians at all. Anyway, unlike the Armenian genocide, the Bosnian genocide has been adjudicated in international courts. It was extra bad. I mean, both are pretty bad. I think, guys, here's a take I have. Genocide is bad. I'm an anti-genocide guy, okay? That's all I'm saying, you know? Across the board, brave take, guys. Genocide, not good. Very wrong. Probably one of the worst things you can do. Other than I don't know, like having a Korean developer put a lace bra on 1 out of 74 articles of clothing that are readily available in the Stellar Blade franchise. I feel like who's to say which is worse? Well, you know, obviously the Stellar Blade thing, because that's kind of like a million 9/11s happening to the gamers, the gooner gamers. You know what I mean? It's just like, as a gooner / gamer myself, I feel like on the one hand, student protesters are getting fucking slaughtered. Okay. They're getting absolutely dunked on by the militarized state that is destroying college students protesting for Palestinian emancipation. Publisher potentially blocked pixel cleavage out of one outfit. Yeah. This is, I mean, who's to say which is worse? Here, I mean, I'm posting that meme. Free speech is everywhere for those with eyes to see. Don't make light of Goonian Assange. The American government is trying to assassinate this man. That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. Have we officially recognized the Stellar Blade stuff as Goonergate yet? Yeah, it is Goonergate. That's what I've been calling it since yesterday. Brown University agreed to hear an argument for divestment from an upcoming meeting and dropping charges on students in return for clearing the camp. Yeah. You got on the same shirt you had on for the Drake track React. Wait, really? Nice. Consistency, baby. Senator John Fetterman says UN unwilling to condemn Hamas, who killed, raped, mutilated, and tortured more than 1,000 Israeli babies, children, women, and elderly. Wait, what? Hamas killed, raped, mutilated, and tortured more than 1,000 Israeli babies, children, women, and the elderly? What is he saying? Bro, I'm sorry. You guys know my position on this. I am 100% ableist when it comes to, you know, public officials. And I think now I will reassert that I will basically show you my commitment to that cause once again. I think if you are this mentally handicapped, you should not be an elected representative. You should not be allowed to be an elected representative if you have this level of mental cognitive issues. Okay? Excuse me. I'm sorry. I don't think blind people should drive cars, and I don't think that John Fetterman, with this level of mental disability, should be allowed to hold public office. Okay? It's just like, maybe I'm wrong for saying it, but I think that I wouldn't even consider this to be ableism, I think, but like, it's a valid thing to not want to allow. Just like if you have dementia, you shouldn't be the fucking president. Okay? Do you see how they aren't saying that the Israeli hostages are being used as human shields? It's almost as if they say they're going to confess that they killed their own hostages, which is unlike killing Palestinians because their lives are actually important. There's reports that the idea of setting up checkpoints that will block all military-aged men from traveling northward. There were also reports that Egyptian forces preparing along the Philadelphia line to create a neutral zone for refugees, but the U.S. veto for the invasion is still on, so they couldn't go ahead immediately regardless. Either way, strangely, Bibi's career may rest on Hamas's answer in the coming days. While you're at it, get his ass too. Yeah, I mean, I covered this already. Yeah. Mr. Free Speech. Wait, what? The Florida Democratic Party has chosen Senator John Fetterman as the keynote speaker for his annual fundraising event. The special guest is Rick Wilson. Weren't you advocating for this demon before? Not trying to bait, but was this ogre a very open Zionist before? Yes. People would come up to me and talk about his Israel, pro-Israel takes, and I always cast it aside. I brushed it aside as like simple fucking political machine calculations. I thought that it was just like a calculated effort to like get the DMFI off of his ass, Democratic Majority for Israel, a calculated effort to get the fucking AIPAC goons off of his ass. I did not think that he was actually this much of a fucking diehard piece of shit. The thing is, Felix stays winning as always. No, but even Felix, and I've talked to him about this, even he didn't realize it was like this. Nobody thought it was like this. So shut the fuck up. Anyone who tells you that they knew he was going to be like this is lying to you. Okay? He's literally to the right of the Democratic Party's majority opinion, guys. What the fuck are you talking about? He's to the right of Republicans now on this issue. We all thought this was classic, like if you're progressive, the Israeli lobby comes after you pretty aggressively. Bro, the DMFI set up shop with the same exact people in the UK that operated against Corbyn. They set up shop and their first target was Bernie Sanders. Like, if you are someone who covers this stuff regularly, if you're paying attention to this stuff, you immediately thought that this was simply because he wanted to like make sure that the DMFI doesn't fucking spend a shit ton of money trying to thwart him. That's it. I 100% think that his Senate seat hinges on being pro-Israel. I don't believe people just snap like this. I think he's just like typical fucking Harvard piece of shit. That's what I think. And if you think that his seat hinges on that, how the fuck did Summer Lee operate so well? Summer Lee is literally in Pittsburgh. Summer Lee is one of the most critical elected representatives on Israel. And Summer Lee won by massive fucking... Summer Lee outperformed the polls. Summer Lee outperformed the polls. Summer Lee outperformed Ilhan Omar. So how the fuck did that happen? Yeah, I mean, here, Bernie Sanders has an anti-Semitism problem. This is exactly what they fucking did. This is exactly what they fucking did. They immediately went after Bernie and said that Bernie was anti-Semitic. But Americans don't have that British-style brain rot, okay? Americans are too stupid to understand that a Jewish person can also be anti-Semitic. Not that Bernie was. I don't think Bernie is anti-Semitic. But, like, we're too dumb, okay? That's why Candace Owens can operate as, like, as a white supremacist speaking on black issues from the white supremacist perspective. But because she's black, all the conservatives are like, what are you talking about? She's black. We're too stupid. The public is broadly too fucking stupid to recognize that, like, of course Jewish people can be anti-Semitic. Look at fucking Ben Shapiro. Look at half the Zionist Jews. Some of the most anti-Semitic motherfuckers you've ever encountered. But of course it didn't work. The DMFI attacking Bernie Sanders didn't work, but it doesn't change the reality that there was a lot of money there. And obviously if you were a progressive, the issue of Israel was always going to come up. This is why I thought, much like many others, that John Fetterman was possibly simply trying to avoid that. You know what I mean? He was trying to avoid the extra scrutiny and the dollars spent against him.
The clashes at universities across the country. Take a look at the scene right now. Protesters on campus there in North Carolina. And then overnight, protesters here in New York.
Zionist Jews are anti-Semitic. Have you listened to any Zionist, like Jewish, Christian, doesn't matter? Yes, saying Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic, okay? Saying that Israel has to exist as a Jewish ethno-state and it actually corresponds to the fucking interests of all Jews around the world is unironically what the Nazis say about Jews, okay? And it's also what Zionists say about Jews. And yes, Zionist Christians, Christo-fascists, and Zionist Jews alike absolutely are unimaginably anti-Semitic to anti-Zionist Jews.
At Columbia barricaded themselves inside the school, and now the university is taking more action. Stephanie Ramos is there on the scene for us. Good morning to you, Stephanie.
Robin, good morning. Despite warnings of suspension and expulsion for students in...
You need to reconsider your definition of Zionism. What? Why do you spend so much time on Twitter? Zionist Jews are anti-Semitic. You need to reconsider your definition of Zionism. Just fucking say what you think is the definition of Zionism and let's pick it apart, chatter. Let's not do this song and dance. Come on. Come on, brother. Go ahead. Hit me with the fucking liberal Zionist line that absolutely zero people believe. Come on. Let's move it along. Let's move it along. Yeah, let's redefine not what you see with your fucking own two eyes. Let's redefine it. Zionism is fascism. Okay, that's it. That's it. It's that simple. The Zionist project is a fascist one, is a settler colonial project, and objectively a fascist one, much like every settler colonial project is ultimately a fascist one. There's an in-group, out-group dynamic that exists in the fascist context. It is predicated upon Jewish people coming in and ethnically forcibly displacing the indigenous population, specifically of non-Jews, from that area, purging them from that land, and rebuilding a nation state on demographic concerns that they have. When Israel talks about its demographic concerns, they're talking about making sure that they have a Jewish majority. Literally, no one cares? What do you mean no one cares? What? Come on, go ahead. Tell me what you think Zionism is, and let's move on.
Involved in the encampment here at Columbia University, some pro-Palestinian protesters set up more tents on campus and stormed that academic building overnight. They say it is all in support of Gaza.
Overnight, pro-Palestinian protesters gathering outside Columbia.
Like, there's no, in my opinion, okay, the way I see it, there is no difference. There is literally no difference between being like, ISIS is awesome and doing this for Islam. They literally are abiding by the interests of the entire ummah. There's no difference between stating that as a fact when it's, you know, far from factually accurate and obviously completely wrong, and saying Israel represents the monolithic interest of the international Jewish population. Okay? That's it. That's it. There's no difference.
University's Hamilton Hall, and then storming the building. Video capturing students slamming desks, breaking windows, and barricading themselves inside. Just after 12:30 this morning, dozens of students left the encampment and entered the hall. Students defiant, refusing to dismantle their encampment.
You need to stop bombing. You need to stop indiscriminate killing, massacre of Palestinians in Gaza. That's how you end the war.
At least one person arrested Monday outside Columbia's gates, seen here being taken into custody.
Oh my God.
And overnight at Virginia Commonwealth University, a large crowd of pro-Palestinian protesters clashing with police in riot gear. This video showing police spraying what appears to be pepper spray at protesters. The university telling ABC News multiple arrests were made and claiming that many individuals involved were not students. This as similar demonstrations and clashes now playing out at more than 60
I don't think comparing Zionism and ISIS is an apt comparison because essentially zero Muslims support ISIS and most Jews above 30 consider it to be an important part of their Jewish identity. And the better analogy is Islam and Saudi nationalists saying this as an anti-Zionist Jew. I understand what you're saying, except the outcome is ISIS-style behavior. I know that from a messaging perspective, I shut the conversation off for anyone over the age of 35, okay? I know. But the reality is that just because there is a shit ton more support and a lot more defense of that kind of behavior doesn't mean that, like, it is not a correct analogy. It is an apt comparison. It's just not one that I can make if I want to get anyone over the age of 35 on my side. I can't. And I recognize that.
college campuses across the U.S. At the University of Texas at Austin, dozens arrested as protesters and police in riot gear clashed. At the University of Florida, 9 protesters arrested. The school saying the University of Florida is not a daycare and we do not treat protesters like children. They knew the rules. They broke the rules. Jewish students on both sides of the issue, some who are pro-Israel, say they've been harassed.
It's not easy to say we're alone when the whole university is practically against us.
At USC, administrators canceling their main commencement ceremony due to protests. Many of the soon-to-be graduates missed their high school graduation due to the pandemic.
My high school just had a drive-through graduation. I personally was really looking forward to having this main ceremony and traditional graduation for my whole life.
Back here at Columbia University, officials have not commented on the actions of those students that stormed that building overnight. As for the talks between student negotiators and university officials, those are at a standstill. But guys, already so many students here have been suspended.
All right, Stephanie, our thanks to you. We're going to bring in our chief legal analyst, Dan Abrams. So much at play here. And one concern is the rights, the First Amendment rights of the students. How does free speech play into all this? How does it factor in?
So the First Amendment is not absolute, right? Think about libel laws, right?
Bro, these are never arguments that they make about Nazis, okay? Like actual anti-Semitic people. Only when it's about something that the American government has decided is good do we start launching these like, well, you know, cops do have to fucking crack some skulls every now and then. It's such a fucking hilarious moment. And this never would have happened. This is something that pro-Palestinian advocates have known for decades. This is something that I have talked about for decades, about like the real anti-free speech, the real actual state suppression of speech only happens to pro-Palestinian protesters, only happens to like a movement like BDS and nothing else. Fascists will always be protected by the government, and they are. Free speech extends only to fascists and only to right-wing sentiment, okay? The only reason why we're having this conversation right now in this regard is because there is broad momentum on the Palestinian side, especially by those under the age of 35, okay? That's it. That's what I mean when I say I'm very hopeful about this moment. I've never seen so much awfulness and so much hope at the same exact time. Bro, your hypocrisy is funny. Explain what you mean by that, please. I would love to hear what you mean by that, Q Patriot 12. Because when fascists roam around campuses or do demonstrations, their goal is clear. It is the ethnic cleansing of minority populations. They very openly state that, including Jewish people as well, like actual fascists. Okay? That's what it is. So that limitation doesn't extend to those guys at all. The limitation only extends when you say, hey, our tax dollars and our tuition shouldn't go to funding an apartheid regime, to funding a genocide. Okay? So go ahead. Explain to me how I'm hypocritical. I would love to hear from Q Patriot 12, Mr. QAnon himself in the building.
Someone can say something about someone else and they can get sued over it. And they can't say, well, it's my First Amendment right to say it. There are restrictions that are allowed within the First Amendment. To have a
This is not one of them, by the way. Like, this definitionally is a violation of free speech. State suppression of speech. Speech does have limitations. Okay? You can't do libel. You can't slander people. That's true. Okay? And you also can't yell fire in a fucking theater or whatever, the classic example. So obviously there are restrictions on what you can and can't say. However, having said that, you absolutely can engage in civil disobedience against unjustifiable hierarchies, you can absolutely, and you must absolutely engage in civil disobedience and protest and take advantage of the First Amendment in the exact same way that these students are doing. State restriction and state suppression upon these demonstrations is a direct violation of First Amendment rules. Anyone who fucking champions the police or the National Guard in this circumstance is unironically the only people that are anti-free speech.
Parade in a city, you still have to get a permit. You can't just say we're allowed to do it. And the key here is that the universities and the authorities would say we're not targeting what they're saying. It's not because of what flag they're holding up. It's because of the actions that they're taking. It's that they're shutting down buildings. They're trespassing on private property. And as a
That's bullshit. Those are all bullshit reasons to actually suppress free speech. That's fucking bullshit.
result, that's not protected by the First Amendment.
Right, the students who are not protesting have rights as well to live their lives, to study, to not be disrupted.
Correct, and most importantly, the university has the authority to determine what they do and they don't want on their campus.
Is there a difference between public and private universities?
There is. Look, you have much...
Bro, you can make the same argument against the civil rights movement. Yes, and they did. The very same people that represent the very same interests, rather, in the 60s, said the exact same things against the student demonstrations, both during the civil rights movement and also during the anti-war Vietnam protests. They said the same shit. This is the role of the media. The media is supposed to not actually be contentious to positions of power, but to basically fucking sedate the masses and tell them that, like, no, you do feel good when police are beating the shit out of student protesters for the crime of engaging in civil disobedience against the genocidal state that we are funding and facilitating and offering fucking political cover for. They did this in the 80s during the apartheid protests. That's it. You can't do something illegal in the name of protesting. It's entirely possible to protest without breaking the law. Yeah, except for when you use random, ridiculous fucking laws that you write. Like, for example, anti-BDS legislation that exists in 35 different states in the United States of America. Okay? There are ridiculous laws. You understand that, right? Specifically designed to stop people from organizing. The law is nothing in this situation. The law is written by the very same people who don't want you to fucking speak out. The law is written by the very same people who say, shut the fuck up about this Israel shit. The civil rights movement didn't destroy property or disrupt common people. Yeah, except neither does this, and it doesn't fucking matter. You are a fucking idiot. Every single thing that you just said, people said about the civil rights movement as well. The only difference is your books that you read at school now tell you that it was actually good that the civil rights movement happened, because it was good. You are staring at the modern version of that exact same movement, and you are portraying yourself as against this movement while simultaneously claiming that the civil rights movement was good. If you lived in that same era, you would have not liked the civil rights movement for the same exact reasons. Doesn't that weird you out? Blocking traffic and inconveniencing innocent people just trying to get to work simply isn't okay. It's interesting that you're talking about blocking traffic right now, but we're not talking about blocking traffic. Why are you going back to the blocking of traffic right now while we're talking about campus protesters? These students are not blocking traffic. You thought that that was a better argument that you could argue on. r/centrist comments, political cartoon reflecting some of the public perception on MLK in the 60s. Yeah. Chatter's doing that right now. Because I just got here. Here it is. Students at Columbia University calling for the divestment from South Africa. All wars are bad except this one. All protests are good except this one. Yeah. This is why I also think it's so dumb that people think that, like, oh, the next generation is going to save us or whatever. Okay? The next generation is going to save us. No, man. There's always the same exact people. There's always the same exact people with the same exact attitude. There's always still a proclivity to defend. There's always still going to be people that defend power, that don't want to analyze the situation on the boundaries of morality. They want to look at it with boundaries of legality and say, no, this is against the law. Why? Because the lawman said so. And if you are not personally moved by thousands, tens of thousands of children being ruthlessly slaughtered with our tax dollars, then yeah, you don't give a shit. So the only thing you care about is like, oh, they disrupted something and I don't like it. The media told me that it's bad. Just say you hate Jews. I know that it is very desperate for you right now. I understand. I understand that you can't actually argue on the boundaries. You can't actually argue on what Israel is doing is just. So you have to turn around and say, no, there must be another motivator here. He must not actually, he could not possibly care about tens of thousands of Palestinian children being slaughtered. He must actually hate Jews. Okay? It's sad. And then the fucking NPC dialogue line comes out. Okay? In his mind, he's like, I wish he was anti-Semitic. I know he's not, but I wish he was, because it would make it so much easier. It'd be so much easier if I could just say that this guy is anti-Semitic and move on. Another 10-7 lever, I suspect. Some level there, 3-year hate watcher. Yeah. You can defending the student terrorists when you were against January 6th. Anyway. King Traps 1, 2, 3. Palestine hates gay people. Palestine is far right. I do not care. Do you understand? Because the biggest threat to the gay Palestinians right now is not Hamas. It's Israel. Israel's bombs do not fucking only kill straight Palestinians. And even if that was the case, that still wouldn't be just. Not a single thing that you have mentioned makes fucking sense. Okay? It's additionally ironic because Israel doesn't give a shit about gay people either. It's just propaganda for the most part. Pink washing. You know? And yet you have to act like resentment towards the apartheid regime of Israel and the genocidal actions that they have taken must stem from some other secret anti-Semitism, even though you've been in here since 2021. So you know I have taken the care and consideration to purge any kind of anti-Semitic sentiment in this community. Half of the death threats that I used to get up until October 7 was specifically neo-Nazis targeting me because of that. And yet, I like hearing your arguments, but they're always one-sided. What? Of course it's one-sided. Yes. I am on one side. I am not on the Israeli apartheid regime's side. There is no two sides to a genocide. You want to hear me? Both sides of genocide is not going to happen. And you can't fucking try to neutralize the argument by saying, oh, it's just a buzzword. It's not just a buzzword. Okay? Of course I'm not going to be a fucking centrist. No one is a centrist on this issue. Everyone just fucking lies and acts like they are a centrist. You just want someone to basically tell you things that you agree with and act like they're objective, act like they are being neutral on this issue. They're not. They're not. You want me to sedate you with a lullaby. You want me to be like, oh yeah, no, it's just like there's a, you know, it's a complex issue. It's not a complex issue morally. It's not complex at all. It's only complex if you don't want to see the reality. That's it. You don't want to see the reality, and you're desperately looking for different words to avoid the top of the hour ad break, to avoid the reality right in front of you. And that's why you keep saying, oh, it's complex. It's not that complex. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5, or you can do that for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Okay? That's it. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Thanks for your thoughts. Okay, well, I hope you don't think that I hate Jews, chatter. There are many Jewish people in this community. It's ridiculous. I spent most of my fucking political advocacy and still continue to shit on anti-Semitism of all different varieties. The notion that I hate Jews is abhorrent. Dan Fan is back. Hamas didn't attack Israel on October 7th. We aren't even talking about this right now. No, brother, we have been talking about Israel's actions. You wouldn't be talking about it. That's the difference. Because it's not like the month of October before the 7th was great for Palestinians at all. Or the year 2023, which happened to be the deadliest year for Palestinian children so far before October 7th. The only problem here for you is that now you are forced to defend Israel, and Israel's actions are becoming less and less defensible. So it's just kind of hard, and it fucks you up a little bit. That's it. He's back. I tried to fucking talk to him yesterday, and he's back again. Maybe if Hamas didn't attack a music festival on October 7th, Israel wouldn't be bombing them right now. Yeah, totally. Yeah, definitely. It's because they attacked a music festival. That's why Israel bombed them. No, dude, Israel is bombing them as they have done time and time again under numerous sieges, this time being the most vicious one of all, because Israel wants to forcibly displace the Palestinian population in the Gaza Strip and take it over again. That's it. If that was the case, there would be no Gaza Strip to begin with. Cover all sides, Hassan. Yeah. Anyway. Why do motherfuckers have the capacity to only remember the last 1 to 2 years? I don't think you understand. It's not that they have the capacity to only see the last 2 to 3 years. It's that they want to be able to argue something that is like objectively indefensible. Genocide is objectively indefensible by many, okay? That's why it's always about like the actions of the resistance groups that caused this genocide for 75 fucking years, always and forever. That's it. This conflict has existed for 75 fucking years, even longer than 75. And yet, now we're talking about it. It is not the actual hurt. It is not the actual violence that people here in the United States of America are frustrated by. Well, many are actually frustrated by the violence. That's why they're protesting. It is the fact that they have to talk about it that frustrates them. They just want to go back to everybody shutting the fuck up and Israel doing what it has to do to deal with the Palestinian problem without Americans noticing. That's what everybody in here that says this is complex wants to happen. That's it. Problem is, it's not going away. Chatter got to understand, regardless of what you think, and I had friends at the Nova Music Festival, this war makes no sense for Israelis unless you want a genocide. There is no day after when every day is the end of days. Any political end, from occupation to two-state talks, will deal with children who just witnessed the destruction of the world. April sun on October rubble, and this war is the same senseless genocidal war it ever was. People that want to say it's complicated basically just want you to shut the fuck up, which is part of the reason why you should not shut the fuck up. Okay? And as far as like Hamas started it, it's the same principle behind the fucking Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. It's the Jewish resistance groups that started it. They should have never attacked. They should have never tried to liberate themselves by force from the Warsaw Ghetto. Think about how badly the Nazis then turned around and killed all of their family members. There should have never been a slave revolt. What were they thinking? That's what you sound like. CNN poll, voters age 18 to 35. On April 2020, Biden was plus 31 on this group. On April 2024, Trump is up 11 points. Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was the analogy I used to show my mom the double standard and hypocrisy in their framing. Yeah. Don't you think the Columbia students breaking into Hamilton Hall kind of makes the protest look bad? The protest should be strictly safe. So what are students supposed to do when the police come fucking cracking down and start cracking skulls? Hamilton Hall, by the way, is ironically the exact same building that the protesters occupied. The student protesters took over in 1968 as well. So there's also historic significance there. So I don't know if you are anti anti-Vietnam War protests or your anti-apartheid protests in 1985, I believe. But, you know, students are basically doing the exact same thing that previous generations did when they saw something totally unjustifiable. Here is a historic occasion from Norm Finkelstein. By seizing control of Hamilton Hall, students at Columbia University have anchored in historical memory the nexus between the horrors inflicted in Vietnam, that was the hallmark of my generation, with the horrors inflicted in Gaza, that is the hallmark of the new generation. It is a testament to the majesty of these young people that have risked their futures for the sake of a poor, powerless people halfway around the world in order to uphold that sacred principle that every life is worthy and the murder of none shall pass in silence. As Abraham Lincoln famously quoted, "The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether." The right of the people in Gaza to live is an eternal truth. May the young soldiers in Hamilton Hall be honored and blessed for not countenancing, come what may, its extinguishment. The question I guess I have to ask people is that, is there anything you care about so much? Is there ever going to be an instance where you find yourself actually putting yourself in harm's way? Even for others, and if not for others, for yourself, for your loved ones. Okay? The conversation around the student protests is deliberately misdirected, is deliberately deflected away from the actual goals of the student protesters, the actual goals and the demands made by the student protesters, the interest in reframing the awareness and centering the conversation on the plight of the Palestinians, both students who have lost their fucking schools as Israel has destroyed every single college campus and pretty much every single school in general over a relentless 7-month bombing campaign. You must understand, they want people to pay attention to what is going on in Gaza, and they want people to put an end to our complicity in this genocide, our complicity, the American government's complicity, the universities and their own complicity in the way that our the tuition that they're paying for is going to corporations that fund and facilitate and defend the Israeli genocide, the Israeli apartheid regime. These are perfectly just demands. And because that conversation is a tough one to have for many Americans who want to defend Israel, because they're careers pieces of shit, they're opportunist careerists, tasked with undermining any kind of protest movement, because of that, people just deflect away. They try to shift the attention away. They try to talk about me. They try to recenter the attention to their feelings. How does this protest make me feel? It makes me feel bad because it forces me to reckon with all of the awful things that the American government is doing. And I don't like that.
Much more autonomy when you're a private university to say, this is what we want. You don't have to worry about being an arm of the government. With that said, even public universities in this context, again, think about a public park. We've seen it many times. Encampments can be built in the public park, and eventually the authorities can say, sorry guys, we're going to come in. You can't have this in a public park. It's the same basic idea here. Even though there's more protections in a public university than private, doesn't mean that
You can't do something illegal while protesting. I guess when we, the liberal Israelis, blocked the aisle on highway or road because of Bibi's reform, it was unjustified and bad. Give this pseudo liberals thing they agree with the protest and they'll break into a bank for it. Yeah. No, everybody loved that. Everybody loved when Israel was protesting against the Benjamin Netanyahu government. People were championing and people were celebrating and people thought it was awesome. Difference is, of course, when and people in Israel are breaking the law right now as well. They're still fucking blocking highways and shit. Right now, against the Benjamin Netanyahu war cabinet, they are protesting against the fucking war cabinet's decisions in continuing the bombing campaign and not extracting the fucking hostages. People are understandably very frustrated with that. Their friends and family members are trapped in Gaza with seemingly no way out. Isn't that weird? Isn't that always weird? If the media says that a protest is good, if it's Hong Kong, then it's good. You know what I mean? It's against the CCP after all. If it's a protest against COVID lockdowns, against China's zero COVID policies, it's good. Some of these protests I do agree with, by the way, even if it is done against the Chinese state, which everyone thinks I dick ride into oblivion. But isn't that weird? We get to dictate what kind of protests are perfectly valid.
The public universities can't take action.
Dan Abrams, thanks.
I'm certainly not saying this of all the student protesters that are out there, and certainly not children of Palestinian families who have lost loved ones.
That's how you know he's about to gear up for one of the most unhinged things you ever done heard in your entire life, dude.
Through the years in this war, in this conflict. I will say, though, among, again, and I've spoken with some of them, I want to be careful, but among these white, woke, pampered, elitist.
Yeah, they need to, these white, woke, pampered elitists. Bitch, who are you? Do you have no shame? What do you mean, white, woke, pampered elitist, you fucking piece of shit? You're an MSNBC anchor, dude. What are you saying? You are not Fox News, dumb fuck. It took Israel for so many liberals to just start spitting like fucking Rush Limbaugh, dude. He's only white and pampered. Yeah, he's certainly not woke. That's for sure.
I'm not supposed to use that word. Let's say children from wealthy families that decide, as Dr. Brzezinski said so many years ago, that they're going to play radical for a weekend and then go home to mommy and daddy's mansion.
Bro, you are, oh my God. Dude. It's fucking awesome that rich kids are doing this, okay? You defend the even richer kids on the other side that are defending fucking Israel's genocide. Quoting the same Dr. B that ate his lunch in the clip we watched yesterday. I know. Net worth $70 million fucking dollars, over here chirping about rich, spoiled kids. It's like, bro, you are a rich, spoiled kid.
There's a complete ignorance about the complexities of this issue. Now, of course, if you listen to this show, you would understand many of the complexities of this issue because we have been really tough on Israeli officials that come on this show.
Yo, so tough. So tough. Just not like the way that these kids are making demands. This is what your haters say, that you're rich, therefore you're putting on a grift. I know, it's so fucking stupid. It is so stupid for a person to come up and be like, well, you're a rich guy. Why are you actually protesting against policies that defend the rich? And it's like, what do you want me to do? You want me to drop all of my fucking values and everything I believe in? You want me to advocate for the best interests of the wealthy? Like, what a fucking stupid thing that you're demanding from me. It makes no damn sense. What is this? I'm a leftist Israeli, and even I don't understand those protests. What protests? You don't understand. And it also doesn't make sense because the person that's calling me a fucking hypocrite for being affluent while simultaneously advocating for the fucking working poor is literally poor and advocating for the fucking interests of the rich. It's like, bro, you're not rich. Why are you fucking yelling at me then?
We have asked why they've continued to allow illegal settlements in the West Bank over the decade, why they have continued to fight against a two-state solution for peace, why they have done what they've done in Gaza, why they did with Hamas, why Netanyahu was Hamas's ally leading up to October the 7th. So it's very complicated. That's lost, though, in a lot of those things. And when you start talking about even West Bank settlements with a lot of these students, their eyes glaze over. Because that's not in the TikTok video. And again,
what are you're fantasizing about a conversation that you have not had? It's so funny. It's just like, yeah, dude, they're actually stupid and they're dumb. That's the entire fucking, this is his entire argument is just, I made it up. In my mind, they're doing this for anti-Semitism. They're all trying to portray themselves as radicals for the weekend. I will not be asking any questions. I've made this up. I'm being condescending. Fuck these students. Let's not address the thing that they're protesting ever. It's just like, you're just making shit up, dude. You're imagining things, old man. You're imagining shit in your mind only to get mad at your imagination.
I'm not saying this about all the students, but I will tell you, I'm saying about a hell of a lot of students I have spoken with. When you go, well, you know, in 2000, there was an Oslo Accord where Bill Clinton had gotten together and they were giving 97% of the wealth.
Oh my God, this fucking idiot is still making the same exact fucking argument that he made. He made the same exact fucking argument over the so-called peace process against this woman's now dead father on this exact same fucking program. Oh my God. Brother, you already got owned in that fucking debate, dude. What are you talking about?
What do we do the next time Israel is attacked from an outside force? What do we do at that point?
That's the wrong question.
No, that's not the wrong question,
well,
because we never get the condemnation of Hamas or Hezbollah. It's always after Israel responds to defending itself.
No, it's not. The problem is that this conflict has lasted for years, and the United States has been largely passive. So the right question is not what do we do when things break down. The right question is what do we do to avoid a breakdown by being engaged seriously in the peace process. And for the last 8 years, we haven't been. And that's why we have the mess like we have right now in our hands.
You can't blame what is happening in Israel right now on the...
Bro, is she wearing the same shirt? No, she's not. It's a turtleneck. It's the same program, guys. It's the same program, same arguments, except this guy's now dead.
The Bush administration.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Well, look, Joe.
Okay, let's go back to 2000, Dr. Brzezinski. You and I both know Bill Clinton gave Arafat and the Palestinians everything they could have wanted.
Such a stunningly superficial knowledge of what went on that it's almost embarrassing to listen to you.
Oh, is it?
If you were to look more closely at what happened in the Clinton Camp David discussions, you would know that what we have just said is absolutely wrong. There were all sorts of provisions and catches to the so-called proposal, and it wasn't rejected. The negotiations went on in Taba, and then there were elections in Israel, and Sharon came in, and everything got aborted. In the last 8 years, we had a policy in which we have proclaimed an interest in peace. Condi Rice has traveled 16 times in 21 months to the region, proclaiming, you must do this, you must do that, but the United States never exerted itself. So the issue that Obama faces, and that's a question that you raised, is, are we going to be sitting there issuing condemnations, whether it's of Hamas or of Israel or anybody else, or are we going to be seriously engaged in the peace process? That is the question.
We have another block, and I'm very excited about that because I'm stunningly superficial. Chief, I look forward to you educating me and the rest of America. Hold on, the rest of America and the rest of the foreign policy community who have said time and again Arafat walked away from the best deal he could have got, and that the Palestinians never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity.
You're repeating slogans. You're repeating slogans. He did not walk away. What he said was, I'm going to take the proposal to all of the Arab capitals and see how they react, because the proposals were controversial. And then negotiations went on, even after Christmas, where Clinton and Arafat met, and they were going on in Taba in January, after Clinton was already leaving office, and then the process got aborted. It's helpful to know a little bit about it.
This very exciting, Chief, that you know.
Very exciting, Chief. Yeah, that's what happened last time you got sunned on this issue, dumbass, by your literal father-in-law. You fucking asshole. Suck my dick.
West Bank to the Palestinians and the other 3% they are going to make up with Israeli land.
He's still arguing on this issue, by the way, acting like he actually is the foremost authority on this. That's so funny. I love that, dude. That right there is a perfect representation of the pro-Israeli position. It's like, well, yeah, doesn't really matter. I got bitched out. I got absolutely fucking demolished by my father-in-law on my fucking program next to my, at the time, future wife. And I'm still going to, now that he's dead, I'm still going to make the same fucking arguments while condescendingly talking about how little students know about the issue. 97% is literally a made-up number for Camp David. It's astonishing how consent was manufactured here so completely, partly due to Barack's capitulation to the no-partner narrative. The best offer presented at Camp David was 91%, with 1% land swap, and the final offer was 89.5%, even though Barack's own intelligence told him Arafat won't take less than 93%. This is always so infuriating to hear as someone who's read about this extensively. Let alone some of the conditions in that, which is one of the closer instances to the so-called peace, were non-starters from the jump. Arafat routinely fucking stated that he would, for example, he would take into consideration Israel's demographic concerns when allowing Palestinian refugees entry back into Gaza and the West Bank. Like, think about that. There were obviously lines that he could not cross due to the fact that, for example, Jerusalem was a line that he did not have the capacity to cross on. Like, it would have been a non-starter. It's ridiculous. Things that if you were to look at with today's eyes, you would recognize was simply just a way to push the issue down the line and consistently build settlements, which Israel did anyway. No fucking standing army? Are you kidding me? You have no statehood. You have no sovereignty with no standing army. It's ridiculous. What is this? Ban evader. Thanks for letting me know. We had no idea. I mean, what would we do without you guys explaining to us? Today, me and a Palestinian Israeli friend looking at videos. At some point, we looked at each other and he said, I guess we live in an apartheid regime now. Oh my God. Yo, guys, we have an Israeli leftist in here, okay? What do all the other Israeli leftists who are actually Israeli leftists have to say about this guy? Account created 25 minutes ago. Following is 21 minutes ago. The left in Israel at first was really supportive of the protest. Then we heard the stuff that they started saying recently. Oh, got it. Yeah. Thanks for letting me know. We had no idea. I mean, what would we do without you guys explaining to our way of life? I'm a leftist refusing to go in, who's refusing to going to the army though. Okay. So you're a conscientious objector and you might even go to fucking prison for it. Why are you objecting to the IDF? Aren't they doing what is morally righteous, dude? What's happening? They're defending you. You should be fucking serving in the IDF. You should be excited to serve in the IDF, not fucking conscientiously object and potentially go to fucking prison. Hello? The fuck do you mean? It makes no goddamn sense. There is no apartheid. I mean, even you were just mocking someone saying 1,200 kids and women were hurt, but then saying Israeli killed 40K babies. No, I didn't say Israel killed 40,000 babies. Okay? Israel most likely has killed more than 40,000 people total. I said tens of thousands of children were slaughtered by Israel, which is objectively correct. Israel has killed 14 to 15,000 by our current estimations kids so far under the age of 18. It's true. The only leftist in Israel is in Hassan's chat. No, there are hella leftists from Israel in here. Okay? I rely on them all the fucking time. What do you mean? Time without OVO or OWO, time without UWU or Volodymyr Zelensky, that guy Derek's 3. Those are all fucking leftist Israeli Jews. There are also Palestinian citizens of Israel that watch as well. They don't chirp as much, partially because they probably don't want to get fucking arrested. Hella 7 of them. Hella in comparison to how many exist. The fuck do you want? What is this? Basically, I have a black, I'm not racist. Wait, what? Oh, you're talking about the other guy saying, like, I have an Arab friend. Huh. Yeah, they meant I have a black friend, and they're making fun of this guy going, I spoke about it with my Arab friends. We were so confused. There are less extreme left than extreme right, so I guess we all have to go. Wait, what? Most of Israeli left has my opinion. There are less extreme left than extreme right, so I guess we all have to go. Go where? Brother, do you want to fucking hallucinate what my positions are? Are you afraid that they might be actually manageable and just? Is that what your fear is? Like, what do you mean? Go where? I've never said that we should forcibly engage in deportation of all Jewish Israelis or some shit like that. You are hallucinating this position. This is reactionary thinking. Okay? I am someone who sees what is going on and recognizes it as a single state. Currently, there is one state in that area. Okay? It is a single apartheid state. It is a single Jewish supremacist apartheid state. Okay? That's it. I want the apartheid to go away. I want the apartheid to dissolve. If giving every single Palestinian the same fucking rights that you currently enjoy, okay, is akin to a forcible ethnic displacement for you, I don't know what to tell you. Then your position is untenable. It's ridiculous. And ironically, closer to Nazis than you think it is. That's it. Do you want Israel to let 5 million Palestinians back to proper Israel land, right? I want there to be a dissolution of the apartheid state. I want there to be reparations. I want a Truth and Council committee to go through and parse all of the fucking historic wrongs that were committed towards Palestinians. And yes, I want Palestinians to have a right to return. This is justice. Truth and reconciliation, sorry. There are fantastic, brave, but small leftist groups in Israel: Free Jerusalem, Tarabut, Mansham Watch, Tel Aviv Radical Bloc, and more. But like I've mentioned before, the left in Israel is also a meaningless term that includes a variety of incoherent opinions. You are portraying yourself as a leftist. Okay, dude, if you calling me a Nazi, I'm not going to talk. I mean, I don't think you have any issues chirping like a fucking Nazi. It's ridiculous. Here's a really quick way not to come across like a Nazi. Okay, not to come across like a neo-Nazi or a fascist. Don't have a supremacist opinion guiding you as your first principles. You know? Don't fucking complain about it. If you find it to be more offensive to be called a fascist while you are advocating for fascist principles, then the actions that your state has taken on thousands, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians at this point, wounding them gravely, orphaning thousands of children, destroying all fucking civil life in the Gaza Strip, which is the open air prison that the state you're defending operates, then the difference in agreement that you have with the Bibists, the Likudniks, the fucking Itamar Ben-Gvirs of the world are simply on aesthetic boundaries. Okay? If you believe in Zionist principles, well, those are objectively fascist principles. If you would like, I can invite you, even though this seems like a fucking sock account that you created 32 minutes ago, to just do this discourse. I am mostly worried about what's next and seeing how my friends are becoming more and more rightist. Okay. If that's your concern, tell me what your opinion is, and then we can discuss. But it does seem like you are relatively if you're against the university protests, okay? If you're against the university protests, I don't think you're actually an anti-Zionist at all. If you have an issue with 5 million Palestinians coming back into what you call proper Israeli land, then, you know, I don't think you're actually someone who has progressive opinions. I am not anti-Zionist. So what is your argument then? What are you mad about? That like Israel's not gay enough for you or something? Like what are the aesthetics that you are upset about? Why would you do conscientious objection to the IDF if you don't have an issue with Zionism in general? Because it's like, it straight up is the starting position. He's not genuine, please stop. I mean, I don't think he's genuine either, but I would like to explore his mind. I love here's what this dude is doing, by the way. He's like, I'm a conscientious objector potentially to the IDF, but I'm not an anti-Zionist. Okay, so what difference do you have than the fucking Haredi settlers that also get religious exemption from serving in the IDF while simultaneously love everything that the IDF is doing? I think the concept of Israel would not be accepted today, and so does America. What? I think the concept of Israel would not be accepted today, and so does America, but is there an historical wrongdoing doesn't justify the dissolution of a society, even if you don't hate it, even if you hate it? Brother, you are not understanding something that I'm saying. Israel as a state operates on genocidal boundaries. Israel is an apartheid. Do you agree with this or not? And I'm not just talking about the fucking West Bank. I'm talking about all aspects of the Israeli control over these territories that go far beyond the 1967 boundaries are unjustifiable and inhumane. Israel's firm grip of control over the Gaza Strip and Israel's unjustifiable, inhumane colonial occupation over the West Bank is ridiculous, is illegal. It should not happen. It is functionally an apartheid single state. This position must be managed. It should be your fucking starting point. This grave injustice must be put an end to. You can cry and say it's the dissolution of society, but if your society dissolves when you stop killing Palestinians, then what the fuck, what right do you have to such a violent society? This is why I'm saying something that I know you probably don't want to hear. Whether you recognize it or not, you might be actually very anti-West Bank occupation or whatever. You unironically are, if you say you don't want to fucking serve in the IDF, while simultaneously you think that like Israel has to do what it has to do, you basically are the same as like any fucking Haredi teenager who gets a religious exemption while simultaneously saying Israel keep fucking killing them more and more. How are you any different? You are not so different from those you despise in Israeli society after all, in that sense. But that's what I'm saying. Most of me and my friends were against settlement, but now a lot of them changed their mind. They think that if Israel will leave the West Bank, they will get massacres in Tel Aviv. Exactly. That's fear. I can't have a conversation that starts and ends on the boundaries of your imagination. Okay? Do you not understand that? This is why I said your position is, because of its Zionist underpinnings, your position is akin, given the fact that Zionism is a fascist ideology, it is akin to having a conversation with a neo-Nazi or a Nazi at the time. Do you think that their fears over Jewish behavior and Jewish tricks were not really felt in their hearts? Do you think that every single fucking Nazi and every single person that looked the other direction in the atrocities that the Nazis committed against the Jewish population, against socialists, against trade unionists, against the Romani people, against the disabled, against the gay people, the queer population, do you think that they didn't genuinely feel in their hearts that there was very real fear if you weren't going to kill all these people, that they would come back and fight extra hard? They did. They did. You have to move beyond the fears that you have in your mind and think about what is just. Think about what is right. Are the people that your government is slaughtering human beings, or are they just simply angry barbarian monsters that are going to overtake your country and rape and pillage? Because if they are human beings, do they not also deserve a life of dignity, just like you do? That's it. Nobody think a single kid in Gaza is evil? Yes, but it seems like, first of all, it seems like they don't give a shit because 15,000 of them have been slaughtered by the Israeli state. And according to the population polls that we look at quite frequently, there is overwhelming support to continue Israel's baby murder machine. Of course, they're human beings. Hamas, on the other hand, has openly stated their intentions of mass killing Israelis. It's not like the fear is completely irrational. It absolutely is completely irrational. Hamas's existence can be directly coursed through Israeli violence. What are you talking about? If you truly want Hamas or any kind of violent resistance to the apartheid state to not exist anymore, if you want permanent security, as do I, you have to make sure that there is no reason for people to feel hopeless, no reason for people to actually violently resist. You have to eradicate the apartheid. That's it. And until a large enough number of Israelis reckon with that reality, which it doesn't seem like they will, as it stands, it will continue. The atrocities will continue. But fear not. Maybe one day people will turn around and go, oh man, it was really, we'll do a land acknowledgement. I mean, you literally don't think it's a genocide by definition, so I don't know what to tell you. It's like saying the Nazis are a result of Jewish control over finance in Germany. Like every opinionated conflict, the truth is somewhere in the middle. What do you mean? What the fuck? There is no truth. There is no truth there, bro. What is happening? What is going on, dude? You're an Israeli leftist and you're like, yeah, we got to kind of hand it to the Nazis. Like, what the fuck? No. No, you don't, brother. What the fuck are you saying? What is going on, man? My man was like, I'm an Israeli leftist. And over the course of like 10 to 15 minutes, we got to a position where he's saying like, well, you know, you could both sides the Nazi Germany's anti-Jewish sentiment as well. There is no fucking shot, dude. I've never heard this before from someone who claims to be an Israeli. Dude, no, I might have to ban you. I think I'm going to ban you over the insane anti-Semitism coming from you now. You mean fascist, not Nazi? Nazi was special racism. It was based on old anti-Semitism from medieval ties. Israelis are in actual fear for their lives because of what their fathers did. It's about annihilation each other. Either Jews or Arabs live there now. What are you saying? When I say something is Nazi behavior, I just mean fascism, okay? I don't care. Like, what do you mean special racism? I can sadly say that this is considered a solidly leftist outlook in Israel, enough for it never to be shown on any of the 4 major TV channels. This is how right-wing we've become. That's crazy. I think you misunderstood him. Not saying that he's right. I just see this stupid talking point all the time. No, man. The anti-Semitic sentiment, the anti-Semitic resentment did not have valid fucking claims, okay? I need you to understand something. There was no validity to the fucking Nazi opinion, to the literal actual Nazis. Now we're talking about like Germany, okay? There was no validity to those claims that like Jews were monolithic in their thinking and engaging in fucking tricks and controlling finance. And that's why they must be fucking subjugated and placed in concentration camps. That's insane. Just like there's no validity to the idea that like Jews were trying to engage, Jews were trying to destroy Western civilization with moral degeneracy. If a lot of the things that I'm saying seem quite similar to the current fascist things that you hear from right-wing shitheads, it's because they never really changed. They just repackaged it. Yes, the Nazis lost the battle, if the battle is World War II, but the ideology absolutely firmly won in the Western world. Fascism won. I'd enjoy an honest conversation off cameras where you don't shout genocide every second. Brother, whether you reckon with that reality or not doesn't change, okay? Doesn't change what's actually happening. It is a genocide, whether that hurts your feelings or not, okay? My main problem is that both extremist sides are violent and manipulative. Everyone in the middle gets hurt, both Israeli and Palestinian. Most of the civilian casualties who was murdered on October 7th were lifting, who drove Palestinian kids to hospitals in Israel in their free time. Some I've been doing since I was 20. Yeah, I understand that, okay? I get that. And I don't think that that is good at all. I'm simply telling you that the only way to stop that kind of pain from ever happening again is not by continuously doing the same violent shit but increasing the severity of the violence, but instead moving in the exact opposite direction. But it doesn't fucking matter to you because you don't think it's genocidal. You don't think it's genocide. What Israel's doing is objectively, definitionally genocide. They have the genocidal intent and they are actually engaging in the genocidal actions. Since you were 20, I don't know. Yeah, chatters are correct, by the way. You said you were going to be a conscientious objector. How the fuck have you been doing this since you were 20? How are you a conscientious objector now to the IDF? Here's the problem. You don't marry the actions of Israel with violent retaliation. Do you understand? That's the issue. For you, it's simply aesthetically bad. The West Bank is bad because it, makes you look bad. All I'm saying is, as someone who lived here all my life, it's not that simple. It's a process that requires education on both sides. Yes, dude, but you can't start the educational point in the conversation until you educate yourself on what Israel is doing. Just ask them if they're against or for the war. Most people in this cohort are pro-war, but I'm curious about this guy. That's why I said it's no different than being a Haredi getting religious exemption while, chirping about how sick the IDF is at defending them when they go and like burn down a fucking Palestinian village in the West Bank. At that point, your only issue with the actions of said groups and many Israeli left, or those who claim Zionist leftists in Israel, claim they fucking despise those kids. Okay? They despise those kids because it fucks up the bag for the rest of the apartheid project. That's it. Their disagreements stem from, what's happening in the West Bank is like too far. I won't, I'll do my very best to criticize it and to stop it. But if it happens, it happens. And also everything else that the Israeli government is doing, I disagree with, but also simultaneously will defend to the outside world and say that it's not a fucking genocide. For Palestinians, it's not an education that they need. It's just they need to not be murdered. Okay? People always think that like the human condition is a violent one, that we love living in violence. And yet states that have warred against one another for fucking centuries are completely living peacefully with one another with open borders now. And when you look at Europe as a project, the idea that permanent peace is impossible to achieve is ridiculous. You just have to educate the side that is responsible for the broadest majority of the violence, that the people that they've subjected that violence to are in the wrong, that they no longer can have these feelings, that there is a monolithic force of evil amongst you that is constantly trying to fucking kill you. These fears stem from supremacist thinking. These fears are the exact same fears that the Southern whites had. Oh, if we abolish slavery, well, then the newly freed slaves will come back and kill all the white people. They will dismantle the racial pecking order and they will kill us. They will do to us what we have done to them. It also secretly has that recognition, because you capture the recognition that what you are doing to them is fucking abject evil. Okay? It's not something that you will ever admit to yourself. You'll never say it out loud, but it comes from that little secret feeling that you have that, like, maybe what you're doing is actually unjustifiable. What if they will do to me what I've done to them? That's what I fear. That's why we have to keep doing what we've been doing. Murat? Baba. Hey, wallah.
And they had figured out a capital in Eastern, and they sit there with their eyes glazed. Just have no idea what happened in this peace process, what happened through the years. They see something on TikTok and they're like, Israel bad, and
it would be an extremely naive attitude to wait for the ruling classes to develop a form of education that would provide the dominated classes to understand social injustices in a critical way. Okay, shut up, nerds.
Hamas good. And they go out and they start shouting at Jews.
Yeah, and you don't even have to go that deep. You can ask, what does it mean to chant from the river to the sea? And they don't know. And then when you tell them what it is, and we've seen this from reporters asking some of them, not all of them, some of them have a deep understanding of this. They don't understand that that means the elimination of the state of Israel and the people who live within that state. So I've been having a lot of these same conversations as you, Joe. So if you watch our show, you know how critical we've been of Netanyahu, of the prosecution of the war, that we grieve and mourn for children and women who have been killed in this war, that are starving in this war. It's a terrible, terrible thing. But that does not give kids on college campuses license to chant from the river to the sea. And to
Bro, dude. It is ridiculous. What the kids are seeing on TikTok isn't like Jews are bad or whatever. What the kids are seeing on TikTok is dead children. Okay? They're seeing what MSNBC rarely ever shows on a daily fucking basis. The problem here is that they recognize Palestinian children as human beings. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is an emancipatory rallying cry. Trying to fucking complain that this is the most anti-Semitic thing someone can say and infinitely more offensive than Israel's actions is ridiculous. You only do that because you're being backed into a fucking corner to defend the indefensible, and you have to desperately fling at anything you can. That's what this is. Are you co-signing a violent slogan and then asking people to be on your side? Chepsa, if you try to fucking bait me at the top of the hour with this bullshit one more time, I'm going to fucking yeet you, okay? I am going to laser you. Do you understand? I know what you're doing, okay? I see what you're doing. I read the comments that you have in there, okay? Get better bait. Because no matter what you say, the top of the hour ad break still comes, okay? Unless you're subscribed, which Chepsa is. Chepsa is also a gifter, so he's letting other people also no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Professor Tech, thank you for allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Someone said that your former podcast co-host said the same thing. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I have disagreements with Ethan on this issue. It's very public, as a matter of fact, the disagreement that I had. You can have disagreements with people that you know, that you agree with on many other things. It is normal. It is healthy. Okay? Bringing up from the river to the sea like it's some kind of genocide reverse Uno card is hilarious. Like the pro-Palestinian protests are dangerous because Zionists don't want that they're doing to be done to them. I know that's not what the slogan means, but the logic of Zionists falls apart. It's not okay to say this because it means genocide against us as they're doing a genocide. It's insane. Yeah, I mean, of course it's insane. It's mania. It's projection. It's pure mania. It's ridiculous.
To say that Jewish kids should not exist in some cases, at Columbia, for example. So, Jonathan, from your point of view at the ADL, what are you hearing? I mean, you've brought us...
For the record, this is why I stress the importance of putting your best foot forward when you are defending something that everyone over the age of fucking 40 thinks is unconscionable. They will very cynically weaponize anyone in your ranks, anyone on your side, whether they are an opportunist, whether they are fucking deranged, it doesn't matter. They will hyper focus on one singular aspect and do everything they can to represent the broader Palestinian movement on these terms. It is disgusting to do so, and yet it is done all the time. You cannot be. Make no mistake. Many of you are new to this game. Many of you are new. I've been saying this since October 7th. You will never be able to be even as fractionally callous as the average defender of Israel. You cannot be callous. If you care about the Palestinians, you have to be careful. Many of you mistake the momentum here for permission. Israel defenders can say whatever the they want, and they will never get an ounce of scrutiny from the mainstream media. You even say something that can be remotely misconstrued, you will get pounced on. You will be used against the Palestinian movement. I've been saying this since October 7th. Do not mistake the immediate momentum and the movement growing, the pro-Palestinian movement growing, for an opportunity to be as callous as the average defender of Israel. That's never going to go well for you. Your goal in protest is to bring awareness to the conditions of the Palestinians. Your goal in your protest is not to feel cool and feel good and blow off some steam. So every step you take should be calculated. Every effort you make in that direction should be as morally clear as possible. Letting Hassan rest his voice up? Yep. Make no mistake. The ADL fundamentally betrayed its history of advocating for civil rights and an end to hatred when they decided to rhetorically tie anti-Zionism to anti-Semitism. No, actually, they were very much in line with what their original goal was. Make no mistake. The Apartheid Defense League was defending other apartheids as well as the Israeli apartheid. The Apartheid Defense League literally spied on Jewish students all the way back in the 80s for South Africa. That's right. They did that. They did that shit. This is not their first rodeo.
It's a great look at the Jewish experience since October 7th. But right now, in the midst of these protests, what is it like to be a Jewish student on the campus of not just Columbia, but University of Texas? There are a whole bunch.
So glad they have this fucking freak, by the way. Speaking of the Apartheid Defense League, here we have the fucking freak of the week, baby. Every goddamn week, this motherfucker. He has a permanent spot on MSNBC to fucking chirp. Non-stop, dude. Why are we asking this fucking dipshit wearing a fucking IDF dog tag too? You monstrous scumbag. You fucking child killer. You piece of shit. Oh my God. This is the best, most obvious double standard. Do you see anyone defending the Palestinian position wearing a fucking Al-Qassam Brigade headband on television? Because that's what he's doing. Except worse. Because as we have communicated this time and time again, Hamas is the lesser evil in comparison to the Israeli occupying force. The Israeli side has killed a shit ton more children They have done countless October 7s since October 7. So much more. Percentage-wise, civilian versus enemy combatant executions per capita. The Hamas side is truly the lesser evil on that front. You ugly bitch. But of course, this ugly bitch can go sit there on MSNBC and rock the fucking baby killer dog tag. It's not a problem. A-okay, baby. This is what I mean when I say that you cannot fucking be even remotely as callous as the average defender of Israel. Okay? No, the yellow ribbon is for bring our hostages home. Another thing that he doesn't give a shit about. Bring our hostages home? I'm willing to bet he's not going to be chirping about fucking Benjamin Netanyahu's refusal, the war cabinet's refusal to fucking actually meet the perfectly reasonable demands of Hamas. It's all a performance. He's decked out. He's wearing the Stand With Us pin. Another organization that operates like it's totally removed from the Israeli government and their interests, even though it firmly does operate as another orifice of the Hasbara operations that Israel has in the Western world. They get literal fucking grants from the Knesset. Rocking the motherfucking yellow ribbon, bring our hostages home. Doesn't give a shit about the hostages. And rocking the fucking dog tag.
Bunch of schools.
It's the right question, Willie. You know, I was at UCLA on Sunday. I was at USC on Friday talking to Jewish students. I was at Columbia last week. And let me tell you, I don't know exactly what Eugene saw at GW in terms of these tents, but I've talked to students from all these universities, and they don't feel afraid. They are with good reason. Right? And I mean, as mentioned in the opening here, you had someone with a hatchet at University of Utah. You had students with hammers.
Yeah, they weren't founded to do that in 1913. They were founded to contest real anti-Semitism, like the lynching of Leo Frank that same year. They also spied on fascist and domestic Nazi sympathizers before and during World War II. But since 1948, they've been in lockstep with Israel, and their whole mission shifted to being about protecting it from criticism. One of the worst fucking things you can do. I hate this. I hate this because I abhor anti-Semitism. I think it's abhorrent. Okay? I obviously hate it for other reasons as well. The fact that it's like a front for more Hasbara propaganda. But tying Israel directly to Judaism in this way is one of the worst fucking things you can do. Cynically weaponizing false smears of anti-Semitism by tying any kind of criticism of Israel to anti-Semitism is objectively going to create more real anti-Semites who see you doing this and go, okay, I guess Israel does represent the interests of all Jews. I guess we should connect those two things. This comes from a place of not understanding where the Western world is, because you're so fucking brain broken by your own fascist propaganda that you don't see this. You don't see the other side of this. You're literally so hyper-focused on the very moment and trying to do everything you can to defend Israel that you are not thinking about it at all. You're not thinking about the conflation and the damaging aspects that it has for growing anti-Semitism. People do not have the capacity to think critically. Okay? It's monkey see, monkey do. They see a dude saying, no, Israel is a monolith, okay? Jews are a monolith. And Israel defends all of the Jews all around the world. When you tie Israel's unimaginably cruel and violent actions to the international Jewish community, you are literally giving a gift to every fucking fascist opportunist who wants to also do that. It's like having an Islamic organization run around and be like, no, ISIS is fucking sick, dog. We love ISIS, actually. They're fucking brave. They're the only ones who will do what's right. They're the only ones who are defending the interests of Islam, actually. It's ridiculous.
Who broke into the building at Columbia last night. You had someone with a sword at UCLA on Sunday. This isn't normal. People showing up fully concealing their face.
Columbia still has its official website up, lionizing the protesters in 1968 who occupied the university buildings to protest the Vietnam War until the NYPD, in Columbia's own words, stormed campus, creating a fallout that dogged Columbia for years. Student protesters occupying Hamilton Hall will face expulsion, university spokesperson Ben Chang wrote in a Tuesday press release. How do they not see it?
Like they're ISIS fighters, that isn't normal. And I heard from kids again and again and again.
Wait, what?
Normal. People showing up fully concealing their faces like they're ISIS fighters.
People showing up fully concealing their faces like they're ISIS fighters. You're talking about student protesters who are literally trying to not get doxxed and also doing so for disability purposes, for accessibility purposes. You fucking freak. They look like ISIS protesters. What the hell? He is one step removed from calling them Jihad Joes and Jihad Janes, dude. Whoo!
That isn't normal. And I heard from kids again and again and again. They are leaving campus. They are moving out of their dorms because they are worried. At Columbia, of course, President
Yeah, they're so terrified, dude. They're so terrified.
Shafiq, she had to close classes. I don't know if people realize this. Classes are over at Columbia. They all went remote because the administration was so afraid of these people. I see these videos. I see these images of mass protesters break.
What do you mean for disability and accessibility purposes? I don't understand. Brother, I don't know if you know this, but when you fucking gather in a big crowd, even when you're outside, you can still make people sick. Okay? COVID is still a thing as well. I know that we like to act like it's gone, but, you know, it still definitely is around. So is the flu. It's like a giant petri dish. Obviously, there are people with like autoimmune disorders, people who are immunocompromised that are also participating in the fucking protest. It's no different than saying no bananas on the fucking student encampment like in UCLA because one of the students has a massive banana allergy. It makes total sense. One of the organizers has a fucking banana allergy. So they're like, yeah, please don't bring a fucking banana. You know what the counter protesters did though? They're so fearful, right? They brought fucking bananas and threw it into the encampment. Ridiculous.
Breaking into buildings, barricading them with furniture, and look, I'm reminded of January.
How many boosters do you have, comrade? Oh my God, I'm boosting this dick in your mother's pussy every fucking night, comrade. Suck my fucking cock. Imagine portraying yourself as a brave, bold warrior, but then being afraid of a fucking vaccine, dude. Oh my God, the position of fucking Republicans is so untenable, dude. Oh, I'm a big, bold patriot. You don't understand. Also, don't give me a fucking vaccine. I don't want it. I'm scared. I'm scared of the little jab. I'm scared. Fucking dumbass. I'm so scared. I'm so scared of cities. What if I can't park my Ford F-150 in a parking lot? What if I do park it and then they break into it? I'm scared of the big cities. But I'm also a big protest. I'm a big patriot. You understand me? That's why I need my Second Amendment to protect the First. But I'm so scared. I'm so scared of big cities. I'm scared of the jab. I'm scared of medicine. Oh, it makes my tummy feel bad.
The 6th, that's what this looks like to me. I mean, we talk at ADL about right-wing extremists, about masked Proud Boys showing up at school board meetings, about Oath Keepers wearing masks. I look at this and
he is so mad about the mask because he wants to fucking dox every student. He's like, I hate that they're wearing masks. I want to see their faces. He's so mad. Oh my God, you fucking pervert. Get the fuck out of here. With your little baby killer dog tag too. Oh my God. Yeah, ironic is the Proud Boys are now firmly on the side of the Zionist encampments, the Zionist counter-protesters, but that's besides the point, you know?
And this is what I see. And let's be clear about one thing. The students who are doing this, the groups behind it, SJP, Palestinian Youth Movement, their response to President Shafiq's offer last night was, Colombia will burn. I mean, these students, we shouldn't treat them like children when they're hardened activists.
Greenblatt, the head of the ADL, has stressed repeatedly that he is concerned about rising anti-Semitism. Unfortunately, he has also made clear that he cares about anti-Semitism only as he defines it and as it affects people who agree with him. Yup, people are fucking catching on to what this fucking asshole has been doing at the ADL. Finally, he literally reframed any mention of pro-Palestinian sentiment as a anti-Semitic incident, dude, and then turned around and was like, it's up by 7,000%. It's unimaginable. It's crazy. Oh. Notice he said JVP, not saying what the J stands for, but specifically name drop the Palestinian student group. Yeah. SJP and JVP are his mortal enemies, dude.
Well, they're adults. And go ahead.
No,
so
I was just going to say this.
Yep. Of course, the Israel defender is demanding violent retribution, talking about 18-year-olds like they're hardened adults. They're military targets. We have to kill them.
This is it's one half about the students. It's also about, Mika, these authorities and the lack of them. Why are these school administrators, why are they abdicating their responsibility to this degree? And this affects students, it affects outsiders, it affects teachers with tenure. The last I checked, tenure is supposed to give you intellectual protection so you can say things in classrooms. It doesn't, it seems to me, give you the ability to break the law with impunity. And I just don't understand what's, and you see also the difference on the campuses between.
Very Israel coded. Once again, people are passing food and water through the gates of Columbia University. Gaza encampment protesters. Columbia has completely shut down access to the campus to try to starve the encampment. Community knows their own spokesperson has admitted in another post that she's unaware of any efforts by Columbia to interfere with delivery of food. They are free to come and go. What is this? Reporter grills Columbia student after she demands the university help feed protesters occupying Hamilton Hall. It seems like you're saying, we want to be revolutionaries. We want to take over this building. Now, will you please bring us food? Wait. How is this community notes? So the campus is actually taking initiative to not give them food. What? Different post, not related? Yeah, but this person is posting this underneath it and going, they control access. Their spokesperson admits nobody's doing that to them.
To allow it to be brought in, I mean, well, I guess it's ultimately a question of what kind of community and obligation Columbia feels it has to its students. Do you want students to die of dehydration and starvation or get severely ill, even if they disagree with you? If the answer is no, then you should allow basic, I mean, it's crazy to say because we're on an Ivy League campus, but this is like basic humanitarian aid we're asking for. Like, could people please have a glass of water?
But they did put themselves in that.
They put themselves in that position. It's like, what the fuck? Dude, what is going on? Why is this journalist? Yeah, no, you don't deserve water and food, actually. Sorry. You put yourself in this situation. Bro, I don't know if you know this, but like, even if you are a literal fucking like serial killer, there are still human rights that the state has when they have someone locked away for the rest of their lives. You know what I mean? You can't deny them. You can't deprive them of fucking food and water. What is going on?
Very deliberately in that situation and in that position. So it seems like you're sort of saying, we want to be revolutionaries. We want to take over this building. Now would you please bring us food and water?
Nobody's asking them to bring anything. We're asking them to not violently stop us from bringing in basic humanitarian aid.
They're stopping the delivery of food.
we are looking for a commitment from them that they will not stop it violently. They haven't stopped it yet. I don't know to what extent it has been attempted, but we're looking for a commitment.
And the Grubhub.
Wait, so it doesn't even fucking... Wait, that's the community note? She's saying we want a commitment from the campus to ensure that food and water delivery doesn't get stopped, and to which the university campus has not responded to. Wait, what are we doing here? Twitter is so fucking stupid, dude. While also simultaneously the dude is like, well, you fucking asked for it. You deserve not to get food and water. They made it seem like they were asking the university for food and water, shaking my head. Oh my God. Do you think all this media propaganda is working to melt the minds of Americans? Media is always working to... Lobster, lol W, no they don't. Depriving them of their human rights. Wonder where they got the idea. The campus is fully locked down. They won't let people go in and out. Close down all the dining halls, so they are being starved. Columbia gave $80 in Grubhub cash to students today so they could order food. Wonder if the protesters got the Grubhub cash too, lol. Probably not, because I think that they have been expelled at this point or suspended. Let me ask the student protesters if I can reach them. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, was sending that? Is you said you were contacting them? Yeah, I'm talking to one of the student liaison people right now. You should go to Columbia and bring them Domino's? No, I'm not going to. Bring them Domino's because Domino's is on the BDS list, and I know that, and I would never order Domino's. I mean, I literally wouldn't. It just doesn't make any sense. Why is the food being passed through these fucking gates in this regard? They have locked down all the gates, delaying the passage of food and water, but not explicitly blocked it. Guys, you don't understand. The Eretz Crossing could be opened, but we simply can't do that. Okay? We simply can't do that because who knows what they are bringing through under the guise of humanitarian aid. My brother brought a Palestinian historian on D-Stream, and the historian is losing his mind right now.
Who's an author and what's a book? Pages. I'm just saying that, like, what's like a book that's written about this? You don't have to give me the fucking chapter. You just tell me, like, who's an author and what's a book they've written about this particular thing that I can look up, because I've read passages in books, I've read chapters in these books where they talk about this, and I don't remember those minutes. But maybe they exist. I just haven't seen them. That's all I'm asking for.
Look, so which book? Can you hold on for a second? Just a second here. Like, once you have reached, several hundred books on the same subject area, which one covers the specific question you're asking gets to be a little hard to keep track of. I have an entire bookcase on modern Palestinian history. So I don't have which book if you're asking, give me a book and I can look right now on my Kindle. I can't help you. Give me a second, I can look, I can give you very specific references. Or you can
give you pages.
The 48 War was specifically this.
The 48 War occurred because of the rejection of the partition plan and the Arab...
No.
Okay.
Reread your section. The section you just read.
So then he actually did give him a fucking book and a section from a book, and now he's just like arguing against that?
Disproves what you just said in your analysis.
I don't know if what do you think? What do you think I read that just disproves what I just said?
The passage you just read out loud said that the Jesus Christ. How the fuck can you read this and not understand?
iPad kid needs to be spoon-fed. I mean, it's fine. It's just that even when he is spoon-fed, he still disagrees with it because his starting position is one that is completely removed from the reality. What is this? How long until Zionist violently jumps on a Turkish food cart trying to bring food to the students? Wait, what? I don't know. I don't want to think about that. Alex is calling me. What's up? I'm live. Oh, I forgot. I'm unemployed. Wait, you forgot that I'm live?
Yeah.
I'm live every day.
Sorry. Do me a favor.
They can hear you.
Oh, they can?
Yeah.
Hi, chat. Sorry. Your unemployed friend on a Tuesday. What day is it?
It's a Tuesday.
I just took my cat to the vet.
Okay. Wait, why are you what do you wanted to say?
Do the fill out that thing I sent you to fill out.
Oh,
You have to
okay.
Fill it out.
Okay, I will. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Do it tonight.
All right. Wait, someone asked me, one of the student protesters asked me, can you tell Lolo to add me on Signal, please? They're looking for lawyers that can support students, by the way, the Columbia students.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. How do I get in contact with them?
They're asking if you can add them on Signal. Do you have Signal?
Tell them to DM me on Twitter.
Okay. All right. Will do. All right, bye.
Okay, bye.
Your unemployed friends keep bothering you? Yeah. Some of us have jobs, you know? I have to say, Lolo's in my top 3 friends of the show. Yeah, he's the real one. Wait, what? Say it back? What am I saying back? What the fuck are you guys complaining about now, dude? What happened now? Oh, he said, love you, bye. Okay, I didn't even hear it. Fucking calm down, chat, okay? Oh my God, you guys are fucking annoying. We have students who have interest in protesting Andy. On top of that, Doug Burgum is my frat bro. Please give advice on how to execute this properly. Coordinate with Students for Justice for Palestine, SJP or JVP, or your local DSA chapter, or YDSA if you have one on campus. Can you buy the boring drills on AliExpress so we can dig some tunnels to Columbia and bring them food? Palestinian student at Columbia was arbitrarily suspended along with many other arbitrary suspensions today. Columbia is racially profiling students who have no involvement with the ongoing protests and suspending them with no due process. I just received the suspension and I was in class when the deadline for dispersing occurred. I am shocked. A Palestinian student at Columbia. If you're a civil rights lawyer, you should begin investigating Columbia University. I could eventually testify in suits on several topics. Do not contact me directly, but consider yourselves notified. In addition to legally demonstrable acts of racism in sociological sense, the university has been engaging in some deeply racist behavior. Quoting Ruth Wilson Gilmore, production and exploitation of group differentiated vulnerability to premature death. Folks who followed me for a while know I do not say these things lightly. It is pretty fucking nutty. People are passing food and water through the gates of Columbia to the university Gaza encampment protesters. Columbia has completely shut down access to the campus to try to starve the encampment. They suspended a Palestinian student on a student visa too. Oh, Jesus. Wait, where the fuck's he supposed to go back to now? If you're a Palestinian student, like, where are you going to go? You're now officially, you're functionally stateless. That's insane. You're literally telling the genocidal state of Israel that they can do whatever the fuck they want, because you can't just fly directly into the West Bank if your family is from the West Bank. If you're fortunate enough that your family is currently living under the occupied territory, which is still completely controlled by the Israeli military. And now you as a student on a fucking student visa have been suspended. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff overall. Okay, hold on. I'm connecting Lola with the students. They suspended one of the negotiators who was on visa. And forbade legal observers from being on campus. They shut down the Cal Poly Humboldt campus in Sacramento for the entire rest of the semester and are threatening to arrest anyone on campus from today onward. Nice. Shocking footage shows several officers of Washington University St. Louis beating a protester, slamming him, dragging his limp body. SIUE history professor Steve Tamari is reportedly hospitalized with broken ribs and a broken hand. One doctor told him he's lucky to be alive. That's crazy. Jesus Christ, dude.
You have a student on the ground.
I don't understand this. Isn't USA a democratic country and isn't it 2024? I mean, the United States of America has only been a theoretical democracy in its inception. And another thing that you have to remember is that they've been doing this all the time. You might be new to it because maybe it was over a cause that you didn't find to be worthy. But like, I mean, think about the way that the Black Lives Matter protests were fucking dealt with. But of course, that was Donald Trump, so it's different, right? Well, it turns out the state is still going to behave in violent ways no matter who's in charge. After all, the Black Lives Matter protests started under Barack Obama, and they too were violently suppressed under Barack Obama. Donald Trump basically just took on the helm. You just simply cannot protest against the American state, especially at a time when the state seems weak. These are actions of a weak state, okay? Not a strong one. Just now, protests being pinned and detained by UC police at UCLA. Why don't we see the cops arresting Zionist instigators last night when they were intimidating students, blaring their snuff films from their 60K unpermitted Jumbotron and breaking down the encampment? You have to make compromises in politics. I mean, what the fuck do you do? Are you always right? So it is fucking Biden's fault. Why would you write that shit? You have to make compromises in politics? I mean, what the fuck would you do? Are you always right? Do you think it's an unreasonable demand to make from the progressive, supposedly quote unquote progressive administration that championed human rights against violent police suppression under the Trump administration during the Black Lives Matter protests, and a guy who specifically ran against that, doing the exact same thing to the pro-Palestinian students? Do you think that the president has no way to end this senseless police brutality? Why do you vote for the Democratic Party at all then? I mean, actually, why do you vote for the Democratic Party at all? Why vote for Biden at all then in that situation? Is it just to make yourself feel better? I mean, this is move beyond. This is move beyond like our complicity in genocide as the American state. This is now also directly consequential in very violent ways for students and faculty alike that stand against said genocide. The violent militant police state is now violently stopping free speech. This is unimaginable. What is the issue that you had with Donald Trump then? That he's just he had a Republican next to his name? Is that what it is? That's crazy, man. The reason why I criticize Biden is because maybe I'm foolish, but I still think that like the Democrats have some time to fix this. Hopefully there's enough pressure upon the Democratic Party, at least enough Democrats. Cops are moving in Colombia currently as we are talking. Apparently cops are moving in.
Describe yourself as black.
Noah Faye, Jewish Columbia student, says this about our Jewish classmates involved in a pro-Palestinian protest. This is insanely fucking anti-Semitic.
Native American and Jewish. You've talked about how your feelings of feeling accepted on the campus changed after October 7th. What has that been like?
It's been really difficult. Again, I went through a lot of this grief process and primarily experiencing this issue in the first semester. That's when I learned that
we did it. We hit the identity politics bingo, dude. She's Native and Jewish. Oh my God. Isn't Noah Faye a Zionist agitator? I don't know anything about this person, but she's about to say some unhinged ass anti-Semitic bullshit. So get ready.
at the community that I felt previously so accepted by, specifically because of my identities, all of this was actually conditional, and the one condition is my Jewish identity, which I assumed was also another reason why I was so uplifted, because the Jewish people are a significant minority.
One of the things that your classmates will say is that they are protesting Zionism, which is specifically this movement to create, to develop, to support a Jewish state. Is it legitimate, in your view, to protest Zionism specifically?
Absolutely not. And there are many different ways you can look at this. But number one is that Zionism makes the Jewish people, 80% of them identify as Zionists, potentially.
Dude, you should be embarrassed to say that. And also, guess what? In your fucking age group, you are closer to the minority. So shut the fuck up. That's ridiculous, dude. Young Jews, the breakdown of young Jews and their perspective on Israel-Palestine is literally the diametrical opposite. It is identical to all of the other demographics. Oh my God. She's on Fox News? Why is she on CNN? Noah Faye's literally an AIPAC black Jewish Zionist token they bought and trot out to events like the March for Israel in Washington. And of course, CNN gleefully participates in this genocide laundering through an actual token projecting their pathological being onto others. And talk about tokens, there's nothing Zionists love more than their handful of as a Gazan actual tokens who keep getting Newsweek and Atlantic pieces going. As a Gazan, I love Israel genociding Palestinians. Yet another Zionist accusation being a confession. She was trotted out on Fox News for months now to blackwash the ongoing Gaza genocide. Again, the fact that she calls others tokens is such a perfect expression of the pathological, shameless depravity of genocidal Zionists. What does blackwash mean in this context? It means that they're using her for her blackness, as in to say, see, like this person who is a victim of white supremacy is on our side. It's like Candace Owens. They're utilizing her identity. Her LinkedIn shows she interned for the Knesset. Yeah. Trying to use liberal aesthetics that are appealing to liberal sentiment.
More. I would have to check the statistics, but I know it is at least 80%. More than that, though, I can't explain the 20% that don't identify with that, and I won't try to. But we know that Zionism, which is the Jewish right to self-determination in our historic homeland, is inextricably linked to our religion.
Do you think it's synonymous effectively with being Jewish?
Absolutely. Absolutely it is. But more than that, though, taking away the Jewish aspect of it, at least at Columbia, we do not protest any form of any person's right to self-determination. There's no other movement, and there's no other self-determination movement that is protested.
Wait, what? Your right to self-determination cannot be by putting your boot on Palestinian children's skulls. What the fuck? You are literally on CNN shitting on the Palestinian right to self-determination. What the fuck? It is so wild to me that defenders of Israel can so freely trample on the civil liberties of everyone that dare defy them so openly and say that it is my right to self-determination. My right to self-determination involves me killing Palestinians. And if you say that that's fucked up, then you need to be stopped by the state. The more, I'm telling you right now, the more things escalate in America, the more the broader subsects of the population recognize how fucking fraudulent this shit is, the more desperate they get. Desperation is kicking in. That's why you're seeing so many liberal channels and so many liberal commentators openly be like, yeah, the Vietnam War protests were bullshit too. Fuck you. Suck my dick. Actually, we should do everything we can to beat the shit out of these students. They're just dialing it up.
that I've seen, definitely not at Columbia. So for this to be the only movement that is taken issue with amongst the students, and that it's the Jewish movement, it is inherently anti-Semitic.
When you see your faculty members, professors, they today linked hands and arms, and they blocked the entrance to the encampment. When you saw that, what do you think of their position?
I'm disgusted, honestly, if only because, again, the situation has gotten so out of hand that no matter how you look at it.
Yeah, the police have to come in, dude, and beat the shit out of these students, please. I'm demanding it. As a Zionist, Jewish, black, native student, I demand that the military forces come in and take control of the moment. Why? It hurts my feelings. It hurts my feelings when they say that the state that I am tasked with defending is doing a genocide. Okay? It's like, please, Kent State time, please.
If we're taking out the political element, the anti-Semitic element even, it is just absolute anarchy on campus. And to see that faculty are supporting this.
This can be reduced down to the same exact principles every time and forever, okay? Every time and forever, always. It's the labor unions that are striking that are the bad guys. The side with all of the power to actually concede on the reasonable demands that those who are going up against them are never in the wrong. The bosses are never in the wrong. The striking workers can always stop the strike. Why are they doing so much chaos? Police have to come in and deal with them right now. They're stopping entry into the workplace. That's illegal. The police need to come in and fucking stamp their heads immediately. There are two sides to every negotiation, and yet the side with all of the power to end the conflict never gets discussed as an equal partner, even though they're not even an equal partner. They hold all the keys. They are the ones who are literally holding the levers of power. The university administration conceding to the reasonable demands made by the students could easily end all of this tomorrow. But instead, they are using the violent mechanisms of the state to violently suppress the most American thing that someone can do: resist against genocide. Okay, you lost me with that last part. No, dude, it is very American to fucking resist. What do you mean? Yes, American history is chock full with like genocidal actions against indigenous populations, slavery and whatnot, but there's also plenty who oppose such things and have fought against such things. Make no mistake. Just like the top of the hour is a fundamental part of the stream. Okay? And if you no longer want to see the ads, if you want to resist against the ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. That's right. Here you go.
How dare you say it's okay to talk about an intifada?
Well, intifada simply just means revolution, and I'm an American, and in 1776, we did
revolution.
one of those, and it was pretty fucking good. Yeah. What do you think? Do you think the American Revolution was a pickle party? Of course not.
We also bombed Hiroshima.
Yeah, I know, and that was also unjust and unimaginably cruel. But of course, the Israel Defender is also defending
when it fits your narrative,
civilians, like hundreds of thousands.
How dare you say it's okay to talk?
She thinks dropping 2 nukes was good, but the American Revolution was bad. Anyway, let's finish this
and in
out.
a way that is, in this instance today, they were barring students who, in my opinion, you could consider them to be paying for these lawns. They're barring students from enjoying the resources that we all have a right to. So that alone is just absolutely inexcusable to be seen from faculty.
As I'm sure you know, there.
Wait, what do you mean? The other students are also paying for it. What the fuck are you talking about? That's the whole point. The entire fucking point. The entire point is that the students are literally saying, that our tuition dollars should not go to fund and facilitate the Israeli apartheid regime. and the Israeli genocide. The fuck are you talking about? What the absolute fuck are you saying? And now that very same student, very same administration is just barring them from entering the campus. She's a Zionist. Sharing land isn't in her
Jewish
heart.
Students who are part of the pro-Palestinian protests. You've compared them to blacks for Trump, gays for Trump.
Absolutely.
It's fair?
Yeah, of course it's fair. I mean, I say take them as seriously as we all take blacks for Trump and gays for Trump. And I think it's absolutely a fair comparison. It's the same tokenization that we're seeing. And in terms of our perception of them, that's absolutely how seriously we...
That's so fucking gross, dude. That's so gross. That's so fucking gross. Oh, this is her? Nice. Sick. Fucking freak. A gift from Gaza.
What's happening on some, Chicago and Florida, as opposed to what's happening at Columbia and others. There's an enormous gap in the principle and backbone we're seeing here.
Well, Richard, to your point, I think that's where that's the place we've all been sitting in watching this, going, what the hell is going on? What are these universities doing? Why aren't they doing something? And I'll echo the horror that this does look like January 6th. What a terrible example for our students. At the same time, these are young adults, and the question is, why do you choose to learn about the complexities of other situations around the world? But this one, you want to set up an encampment. This one, you want to scare people. This one, you want to come to the edge of violence or even go to violence.
Not the
this
edge.
one,
They're
you
breaking
risk
into buildings.
your future and your education for. See, I think these college students obviously are missing the part where they need to see what's going on across the country with these protests, that it's now in the realm of violence. It's in the realm of hatred, whether some are peaceful or not. They need to watch the news and look at all the different arguments and be adults, or start learning to be adults and set up discussions and debates across college campuses, or their colleges or universities are going to have no choice but to expel them and ruin their future, the impact they want to have on the community, society, and the world at some point. But let's then go to the hard part of this. What is the solution for college, university presidents and deans who want to maintain control but also preserve free speech? On the what are solutions? Let's talk about solutions.
It's very simple. First of all, you enforce the rules of your college campuses. There is a concept.
Well, but you know that at this point would be hard to do.
Well, no, actually, what?
Well, I'm just saying, you go out there and you start arresting people.
Yeah, you do. You either follow the law, you don't follow the law. There's a concept.
I don't think it's that simple.
In the First Amendment. No, I will say, I understand over the last 24 hours what the Columbia administration has been trying to do. They've been trying to bring this to a peaceful resolution. And what happened? People got hammers and they broke into buildings. At that point,
that's a crime.
At that point, that's a crime. They should all be arrested, and they shouldn't be suspended. They should be expelled.
Yeah, when the Senate passes another bill that makes it so that it is illegal to say anything mean about Israel at all, that will be a crime too. It doesn't mean that it's valid. It's fucking insane, How old are these demons? Bro, you don't understand. Yesterday, someone in the chat said, how old are these demons? What was their reaction to the Vietnam protests? Yesterday, that same dipshit openly stated that the Vietnam anti-war protests made by these students was also fucking stupid and should have never happened. So no, liberals on motherfucking MSNBC are identical to the Fox News psychopaths at this point. How libs think these encampments should act? That's what I got to say to that, baby. Right there. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Save us. Save us. All the cops needed was a fucking Pepsi, dude. I fucking hate Pepsi so much. Do you see the boys version of this commercial? Yeah. Students at Columbia University calling for a divestment in front of the same fucking hall, by the way, that they are currently occupying. Why are you drinking them? Unfortunately, I ordered Diet Coke, but there wasn't Diet Coke, so they sent fucking Pepsi Max instead, or whatever this is. Pepsi Zero Sugar. It fucking sucks. It's so ass. But I'm still drinking that garbage. The protest libs really want instead? Yeah, that too. You need to stop drinking Pepsi Zero Sugar on stream, please. Wait, what? It's a callback joke. Oh. Trump, your goat, said Diet Pepsi is ass. I mean, he's right. I'm just like Trump. I'll keep drinking that garbage. The Coca-Cola Corporation has said that they don't like me. That's all right. I'll still keep drinking that garbage.
Know who's on it.
It is wild to think that, not much difference between this shit. Okay. Apparently, according to Lolo, cops are preparing to block the traffic, or, they're saying cops are preparing to block the traffic at 113th and Broadway. Barricades are going up. None of us have the capacity to talk to press right now in the middle of a security issue, is what the students say, which is fine. I already told them that they don't have to speak. Only if they are willing and able to do so. And apparently the cops are currently moving in and they're fortifying. Okay. Thought you missed this. I ran it already. Just curious, but do you not boycott certain brands? I mean, yeah, I do. Just curious. Let me explain it to you. The brands I boycott are on the BDS list. The brands that other people have made on their own version of the boycott list are not brands that I boycott. If the BDS list were to boycott a brand, I would also boycott it. Except Domino's. No, I didn't fucking actually get I literally canceled the order for $700 worth of Domino's pizza after ordering it. Specifically because I didn't realize that Domino's was on that list. It was a part of the organic boycott target. This is the BDS list I abide by. You should be ashamed just because it tastes like shit. Brother, I asked the students on campus, the student protesters, what they wanted. And one of them said Domino's, not knowing that it was on the BDS list. So I fucking ordered Domino's. I didn't know either. It happens. Also, Domino's is dog shit anyway, dude. Are you going to cover University of Arizona and campus that have been going on as well as getting wild since last night? Yeah, sure. Hard disagree. Domino's is great. Yeah, well, your taste buds are fucking broken, chatter. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Zionists should boycott Sabra because it's utterly disgusting hummus. Yeah. The Sabra boycott is like the easiest boycott of all time because it's literally fucking poison. You are using Google. They're a pressure target, not a boycott target. Yeah, dude. I know. I'm using Google. I know. And also, I don't know if you know this, but I'm also an Amazon employee. I don't know if you know this, but it is, virtually fucking impossible not to touch one of these two major fucking corporations, considering the oligopoly that they hold on everything online. And it's not just to say that, like, oh man, Be quiet, Pepsi drinker. Yeah, well, not on the list, so. Yeah, Chatter is using Amazon while visiting websites that use AWS. Calm like a Tom. Thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. Yeah, pressure targets is different than real, like full-blown boycott targets and organic boycott targets. Anyway. Why don't you cover Al Jazeera? What? Dude, what is happening in this chat today? Shut the fuck up, okay? That's why. Because shut the fuck up.
Held from school.
Here.
But this is virtue signaling of the worst order for again, white woke kids that have no idea what they're talking about here. No idea other than what they've seen on TikTok. Again,
the irony, of course, is that the pro-Palestinian side is like super diverse too. That's a new D meme. What is that?
and there's a huge gulf in my mind between children of Palestinian families who have been a part of this tragedy and this suffering over the decades. And so I am not one to be able to sit in judgment of them, but I can sit in judgment of school administrators. What do you do? What do you?
It's cool seeing like liberals use woke as a pejorative. You know what I mean? Wait, where the fuck is my playlist?
We're going to begin with the clashes.
Oh, here it is.
As police crack.
I'm gonna skip the Democracy Now one.
Mr. President.
Let's hear what Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer had to say about the protests that are happening at Columbia University. Certainly nothing good. As we pay attention to what's going on in Columbia as it stands currently, I'm sure our leaders have nice things to say.
Majority Leader. Mr. President, I'd like to begin today by saying a few things about the protests at Columbia University. Smashing windows with hammers and taking over university buildings is not free speech. It is lawlessness. And those who did.
Professional outside agitators. We were extremely cautious about releasing our intel information because our goal was to ensure the safety of our students, the faculty, and without any destruction of property. And we are here today to update New Yorkers about the ongoing situation at Columbia University and our plans to protect students, our staff, and the public. And we were well aware, based on a series of observations, that what should have been a peaceful protest.
Gaza is the New York of Palestine. He did not say that.
Has clearly been co-opted. A right which this administration supports and defends, to voice your concern. But we have also will continue, and we have sounded the alarm numerous times before about external actors who are attempting to hijack this protest. Tonight,
how much you want to bet he's not talking about the many Zionist organizations that are literally external agitators
with Columbia University, as well as some of our other educational facilities. And they are actively creating serious public safety issues at these protests. Maybe some of the students involved don't understand what they are involved in. We urge those and everyone else violating Columbia's order to leave the area and leave the area now. And if you are a parent or guardian of a student, please call your child and urge them to leave the area before the situation escalates in any way. This is for their own safety and for the safety of others. These external actors are obviously not students, and their presence on campus is a violation of Columbia's clearly stated policy. As the police commissioner and our deputy commissioner for intel and counterterrorism, Rebecca Weiner will detail, you will see why this is of concern to us. This group and the individuals one that we're going to show is an outside agitator with a history of escalating situation and trying to create chaos. It is our belief they are now actively co-opting what should be a peaceful gathering. This is to serve their own agenda. They're not here to promote peace or unity or allow a peaceful displaying of one's voice, but they're here to create discord and divisiveness. That is why I'm urging every student and every protester to walk away from this situation now and continue your advocacy through other means. We will always protect the right to protest, but we must balance that right with the right to keep students, the school, and our city safe. We cannot and will not allow what should be a peaceful gathering to turn into a violent spectacle that serves no purpose. We cannot wait till this situation becomes even more serious. This must end now. I want to now turn it over to Commissioner Caban.
Thank you very much, Mayor Adams. And good evening, everyone. Over the past 2 weeks or so, this has been a dynamic, evolving situation, and we have been in contact with university officials from the beginning. Again, we are talking about private property, so decisions on what to do on that property
They
are
don't
up to the
represent our
university.
community, and they've been tokenized.
The fuck? All right, back to Chuck
should
Schumer.
promptly face the consequences that are not merely a slap on the wrist. Free speech.
It is pretty funny seeing a pig be out of breath while trying to deliver a fucking speech. It's just like peak shape for a cop. You know what I mean? It's like, listen, excuse me, I had to walk up to this podium, having a hard time doing what's right over here. You know, you don't understand. You could not walk a mile in my shoes because I got the diabetic shoes on, and it makes it much harder to walk.
Discussion and even strong disagreement are fundamental American values.
Motherfucker needs a CPAP machine just to fucking be on the podium.
And campuses should be places where those values are cherished. Campuses cannot be places of learning and argument and discussion when protests veer into criminality. And those who commit such acts are doing nothing to convince others that their cause is just. It is also unacceptable when Jewish students are targeted for being Jewish, when protests exhibit verbal abuse, systemic intimidation.
What do you expect from a relative of Amy Schumer? You know what I mean?
Or glorification of the murderous and hateful Hamas or the violence of October 7th. As I said in my speech here on the floor last November, and many times since, that is anti-Semitism. It is loathful. It is unacceptable. Now, on another note, sad note, yesterday in North Carolina, 4 law enforcement officers, including a deputy U.S. Marshal, were killed in the deadliest attack against U.S. law enforcement in 8 years. Several other officers have been injured. Today, the Senate mourns the loss of these dedicated public.
What is this? In case you're wondering, yes, the Variety cover issues about how Amy Schumer is really strong for supporting Israel and the criticism of her by supporters of Palestine is actually anti-woman coded. Bro, she said Arabs are all rapists. What are you saying? God, I hate the media so much, dude. I despise the fucking media so much. Amy Schumer was in the zone. This was in March when she was filming on the street in Brooklyn for her upcoming movie, Kinda Pregnant, a comedy about a woman who pretends to be knocked up for attention. In one take, Schumer emerged from a subway station while answering a phone call and was interrupted by a stranger shouting at her from the sidewalk, "Fuck you, Amy Schumer. You're a Zionist. You love genocide." That's awesome. In this instance, she means the current discourse on the Middle East feels one-sided to her, and she'd like to change that. The focus is so razor sharp on Jewish people, but not on Hamas. She says, it's very strange. So I'd recommend most people read a book, Israel, A Simple Guide to the Most Misunderstood Country on Earth by Noah Tishby. Yeah, just read a book, not from a historian, okay? Not from like Israeli academics that openly communicate Israel's genocidal history. Read a book from Noah fucking Tishby, a literal paid propagandist, washed up actress, a fucking member of the Hasbara operation, like a direct paid propagandist for the state of Israel. Just don't read books from any Jew, she says. Just not the Jews that say Israel is engaging in abhorrent actions and has since its fucking inception. You know? Jewish people wrote everything down. Yeah. Just not the kind of Jews that are, you know, Holocaust historians and genocide historians who have been saying, screaming from the fucking rooftops that Israel's actions are unconscionable. Yeah, here's what she was posting, brother. Gazans rape Jewish girls only in self-defense. Beheading is resistance. I love Hamas. Cutting off Jewish breasts for Palestine. Like, she was so fucking mentally ill that she felt like this is perfectly valid to post. A few months ago in regards to Gaza. ACAP for Cutie, thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. I could tell this isn't AI because the guy is holding a sign that is also his shirt. Yeah, dude, that's what was happening. Yeah, no, you're right. Gazans, proud of our rapist martyrs, stab Jews for Allah. That's what the pro-Palestinian movement is saying. Thank you. I hope you're fucking being sarcastic, dude. Why is it that they always talk about everyone only supporting Palestine, yet the news only supports Israeli and Zionist voices? Are they that desperate to be victims? The news media is going to do what the news media does, which is defend the American state. If tomorrow the American interests were no longer in funding and facilitating Israel's genocide, and Israel somehow magically turned into a foreign adversary, which of course is laughable, obviously it's not going to happen, but in that hypothetical, the media would be just as aggressive towards Israel, if not more aggressive towards Israel, as they are against Russia. It's that simple.
Public servants. We grieve with their families. And we must do more to prevent shootings like this that involve AR-style weapons. It's a tragic reminder that today, too many dangerous assault rifles continue to plague too many of our communities. And Congress has a responsibility to get these weapons of war off our streets. My heart goes out to all the families who have lost loved ones in this attack. And I thank all of our law enforcement officers who were on the scene working to keep the community safe. And finally, Mr. President, I'd like to take a moment to recognize Bill Samuel of the AFL-CIO, a man who has spent his career fighting for America's working men and women. So many of us in this chamber, on both sides of the aisle, have worked closely with Bill over the decades, and we will certainly miss him as he steps down from his longtime post as Director of Government Affairs for the AFL-CIO. Ever since his early days in the labor movement, when he worked for the National Treasury Employees Union, the American Federation of Government.
Okay, the rest of this is boring.
As
All right.
police crack down on student protests.
Let's get to it. What's happened and what?
Low-income Columbia student blocked from campus. I'm trying to eat. Bro, there is no end to the fucking cruelty for these animals, okay? They love using any and everything they can against people that are doing the right thing. Oh man, look at this poor student. This is who you're actually against. Palestinians, pro-Palestinian students. This is basically the same exact principle behind, like, you know who we need to free Palestinians from? Hamas. That's right. That's why everyone should be championing our actions here. It's the same exact fucking shit. Are you eating dinner or lunch? Why not both?
What's happening now?
Bill and Dana, good morning. Hamilton Hall behind me is now occupied by dozens of protesters. We are now on day 9 of this takeover of the building. Take a look behind me. This is the building. This is as close as we are allowed to get. You can see one of the banners unfurled here. It says Free Palestine. We have not been able to see any of the protesters or occupiers inside of that building from this vantage point. But if you give you a little sense of where we're at, you move over to the left a little bit, Anthony, you can show them those are all residential dorm buildings. Right next door to where all of this chaos unfolded. These students are now waking up this morning, beginning to study for final exams, which begin on Friday. And if we take you over here around the Hamilton building, you can see this is a line of students now that are now trying to get into the campus. The campus right now is under a limited...
Yeah, it's definitely the students' fault that the school did this. Carl's Kid Marks, thank you for the 5 tier 1 give the subs.
Access only. Only students who live on campus and essential personnel are allowed onto campus. This is a direct response to the takeover of the Hamilton building at 12:30 last night. If I actually kind of cut through here, I can show you. Again, this is as close as we're allowed to go. It's a private university. This is outside. We haven't heard any of the protesters, but this all began at 12:30 in the morning. Protesters that were in the encampment began to storm the building with backpacks and sleeping bags. They broke glass to get into that building, and once they were inside, they started unfurling those banners and chanting. There were 3 maintenance workers inside at the time, according to the Columbia Daily Spectator.
They have to die.
Spectator, the newspaper.
Sorry. They have hostages, bro. Sorry. Columbia has to do what is right, which is blow up the fucking hall immediately. We have to defend Israel from enemies both domestic and foreign. We have to defend the foreign nation of Israel, the nuclear military state of Israel. We have to defend them. We have to defend them from ourselves. We love Israel more than we love ourselves. What's next? They have Hamas tunnels, dude?
Here, one of those maintenance workers who got out said, quote, "We were held hostage." So right now, that is the latest from that event. But I want to bring you over here to this long line as these students and faculty are trying to make their way in. There's somebody here we spoke to. His name is Jeremy. Jeremy, he is an undergraduate senior. Jeremy, you were trying to get into the university here. Tell me, they denied you.
Yeah, well, we had originally called public safety about 6:30 this morning when we got the email saying that only a very select few students were going to be able to have access to the campus. And I called public safety, and they assured us, quite brusquely, I might add, that we were able to have access. And so we walked down here, and lo and behold, we're not given access.
You're trying to eat, and you said you're a low-income student. Can you explain all this?
I think you just explained it. I'm trying to eat, and I'm a low-income student. I luckily just heard back from some of the administrators in my program. They've graciously let us know that we can go to Barnard College or Teachers College, which was 2 of the affiliate universities or colleges of Columbia, and we can go grab some grub there. But I'm just not liking the amount of chaos that is ensuing around breakfast.
And finally, what are your thoughts on the fact that your fellow students here have taken over a building, broke in, they've entered, and this is now escalated to where it is?
Well, I think escalating is the word, right? I think that it was a misstep, and I wish that they would have engaged with the university when President Shafiq had come to the table last week. I think that it's a bit of a tragedy, and I think that we need to pack up and go home now.
How does this end?
Bro, how the fuck? What kind of student? How did they fucking find a student that's like, yeah, actually, I think the president is right in this situation?
That's a good question. I guess that people like yourself in the news have to keep asking tough questions and see where the chips fall.
Do you want to see the NYPD come in here?
No, I don't. In fact, that was one of the most disruptive elements of the past few weeks. You know, I've been very concerned to see the amount of guns and armaments around the campus, and I'm not happy with the presence of the NYPD. I think anytime you have NYPD, it's
even though you can't eat food and you're trying to study, you don't want the NYPD to come in here and break up what's going on.
Hey, look, I'm developing these types of answers to these types of questions over breakfast. So I'll chat with me later today. I'll tell you how I feel.
Well, Jeremy, thank you for your time. I really appreciate it, though. But that's just kind of the situation out here, guys, as we are still awaiting an official response from the university. This is all happening after they announced that they were going to conduct suspensions of those students. And yet, after making that announcement, faculty members joined.
I wonder how many people they asked on that line until they inevitably found one person that could be like a little critical of the students. Because even he was like, yeah, no, I don't like the police presence on campus. That's insane. And that was a major escalation. And the part of the reason why it's happening right now, what's happening right now is happening. I love the reporter being like, don't you want the police to kill your fellow students because you can't get breakfast? Come on, you're a low-income student.
In the protesters, which grew overnight in that encampment, and then they felt emboldened to storm Hamilton Hall. And now we all wait for what the next step will be.
Brian, good reporting up there. Thank you. We'll be back with you momentarily. You're right about those deadlines. They came and went and took no action, and they are left with what they have now. And who knows how long this will last. Brian, thank you. Upper West Side there in Manhattan.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to...
And finally, new rule: someone needs to tell the people who blocked...
Seems to be some of the only people media can find. This is from 2 days ago.
Pro-Palestinian help free the people of Palestine. Our demands that as they
that's from the encampment
are both graduating from the school next month.
Wait, what?
I'm really uncertain. I'm not sure what's going to happen. There's not really any communication about it.
Some students were seen.
Wait, what?
Are concerns.
I have family and friends who are looking to come and celebrate, and it's, you know, it is a disruption.
Jeremy Wall and his wife Taylor Francisco are both graduating from the school next month.
I'm really uncertain. I'm not sure what's going to happen. There's not really any communication about it.
Some students were seen debuting their gowns, a proud moment at the brink of disruption.
I mean, it's such a tradition to have classes. I have.
That is the same guy. Oh, here's Janine Perot going nutty mode.
I want to know who's on a visa. I want to know that their visa's being suspended and that they've started revocation hearings. I want them out of this country. I don't want to hear that they're listening in Al Jazeera and cheering what's going on in the United States, and the Palestinian flag is wrapped up in the United States on Columbia University. And calling for the elimination of Jews. If it were blacks, believe me, they'd be all in jail right now. And I don't resent any blacks, but what I know...
Oh my God. What the fuck? Yo, they can't stop being so racist all the time.
Is it Title VI of the Civil Rights Act makes it very clear. Department of Education can withdraw the funding, all the tax benefits. The Department of Justice should be involved. And we've got a president who's such a wuss. He has someone speak for him and say, we're going to let the universities handle it. While we have a president who's being prosecuted in Lower Manhattan, who comes out and the first thing he says is, we've got to stop what's going on in these universities. It can stop. They've got to understand they don't have the power. We do, and we're tough enough to use it.
Can I add one thing?
I'm so glad that true bipartisanship can always be found, you know, when it comes to American foreign policy. Because functionally, like, what Trump is demanding is what Joe Biden is also doing. I wonder if the liberals see that.
About confronting difficult subjects through dialogue, especially on the topic of anti-Semitism. It comes up a lot recently in light of campus protests against the war in Gaza, which have sparked a debate over whether it's anti-Semitic to criticize the policies of the Israeli government. Now, former NFL linebacker Emmanuel Acho and actor Noah Tishby have a new book, Uncomfortable Conversations with the Jew, which aims to get people talking openly, even if it's not easy. Emmanuel Acho, Noah Tishby, hey, what's up? Good morning.
Good to see y'all. Good to see you.
It's good to have you on first on CBS Mornings, as we love it when it happens here on the show. Emmanuel, I'll start with you. You have had these uncomfortable conversations about race, police brutality, even abortion. What made you want to discuss Judaism?
For me, it's simple. I feel like justice won't be served until those that are unaffected are as outraged as those that are affected. And so, though I am not a Jew, though I'm not a Jewish person, I said, what would happen? How much more powerful would we collectively be as a society if rather than black people simply fighting for black people, women fighting for women, Jewish people fighting for Jewish people, we collectively fought together against hate, against oppression, against anti...
We collectively fought together to defend Israel. Like, what would happen? How sick would that be? Like, what if we all just like dropped our own personal stuff and just decided that, you know, we are in defense of Israel and the American State Department?
Semitism. And for me, you can't empathize with somebody if you're not educated on what breaks their heart. So that was really my impetus for all of it, is let me learn what breaks my Jewish brothers and sisters' hearts so that I can empathize with them and fight alongside them.
And you saw Noah online.
I did.
After October 7th, and you reached out to her.
I reached out to her 2 years before October 7th.
Oh, to have this conversation.
Yes, this project was not a project based upon October 7th. It was a project based upon anti-Semitism. Noah just continued to speak and continued to lead and continued to be a galvanizer in the community.
Emmanuel actually reached out to me over a year and a half before October 7th because he noticed the rise in anti-Semitism, which I really want to commend him for that, because a lot of people from outside the Jewish community did not notice that. So we started working on it way before, and then obviously October 7th happened and October 8th, and it became a lot more urgent. Yeah.
No, we did. No, we did. We did. The problem is the people that did do that, the people that did notice that, and the people that did fucking yell about that all the time are now also firmly on the side that is protesting Israel's unimaginable cruelty. So it don't really matter what our perspective is. As a matter of fact, it's a bad perspective to have for your propaganda purposes, that so many of the people that are anti-Zionist, that are incredibly critical of Israel, also happen to be the people that were yelling about anti-Semitism. Kind of sucks because it breaks the fucking narrative that like all of this is just unrestricted Jew hatred. That's what must be motivating everybody to be critical.
Anti-Semitism is not a straightforward brand of hate. It's both looking up and looking down.
Yeah.
What did you mean?
So what I mean by that is that anti-Semitism not as simple as racism. So when you're racist towards somebody else, you think that you're better than them and you think that they're lower than you. Anti-Semitism is a shape-shifting conspiracy theory. So every few generations, it changes into something different. And it can look like, oh, the Jews are the vermin of the earth, they're lower, they're scum, they're like terrible race, which is what the Nazis were saying. But it can also...
No, they literally also said Jews are all powerful. What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you literally oblivious to the main premise of the fucking book that you wrote? No. Anti-Semitism, and for the record, racism as well, is always about how the enemy, the opponents, are both powerless, feckless, cowardly, weak, and very strong as well. How are there three black panelists on here and not a single one chimes in on this issue to be like, what do you think two black men sitting on that fucking panel right now? Two. What do you mean? Racism is not just about black people being fucking, lesser than or whatever. It's also about the scariness, especially the scary nature of the black man, the violent nature of the black man. That's also power in that situation. She literally fucking dumped this take here and tried to differentiate anti-Semitism, which is another form of racism, mind you, to single it out, and failed to do it in a spectacular fashion, because she literally explained historic anti-Semitism as something different than what it actually was.
Also sound like the Jews are controlling the banks, they're controlling the media. The Jews have this conspiratorial power, that's mythological power, really, that's also have been historically caused a lot of bloodshed.
Well, you said don't call it power, you said call it positions of power, and Emmanuel, you objected to that.
Yeah, the beauty of the book, Nate, the beauty of the book, Gail, there's tension. There's real tension
there. Is tension.
Because I said, wait a second. When I was,
you can read it in the writing.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
When I was drafted to the Cleveland Browns, I said, no, the owner was a Jewish man. When I was traded to the Philadelphia Eagles, the owner was a Jewish man. When I left the NFL, my agent was a Jewish woman. I left that agent. My other agent was a Jewish man. Jewish people have held the title of owner, agent, general manager in my life.
Positions of power.
Positions of power. But Noah brilliantly educated me into say that usually and historically, when you say that Jewish people are in power, that means we need to do whatever it takes to get them out of power, i.e. the Holocaust. And so the tension in this book and in that conversation was really
amazing. And we put it in. And there's nothing anti-Semitic in saying that Jews are overrepresented in various fields or over-contribute in various fields. But when you move to the Jews control, blah, 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 that's when you move into the conspiratorial aspect.
But, Emmanuel, I want to... Yeah, absolutely. And Emmanuel, I want to pick up on something you said earlier about, black people shouldn't only be stepping up for black people, Jews only for Jews. A lot of Jews post October 7th said, hey, we've been working on behalf of black people since the 1960s. We got dead bodies in berms in the South. We've had rabbis.
I love watching a bunch of liberals and a fascist, the Zionist being the fascist here, talk about intersectionality in the most transactional ways possible. As though, like, this is how intersectionality is supposed to work. Like, come on. I threw up a black fist on BLM during the BLM protest. So now you have to turn around and say it's actually perfectly valid for Israel to fucking genocide the Palestinians. This is how it works. That's awesome. Yeah. Where's the chapter about the Israeli state forcibly sterilizing Ethiopian Jewish women? I wonder what that conversation would look like.
Rabbis marching with MLK, and now here we are post 10/7. No one's coming to defend us. What happened?
I believe it's a lack of education. I also believe we've lowered things in America, particularly to the lowest common denominator. Jewish people are white. And in America present day, black people and white people, the tension is at an all-time high, at least as it's photographed and publicized on video, on the news, etc. So if you just assume Jewish people are white, which is both inaccurate and to a large degree incorrect, then you group them into all things that are white. And if black people in America are conditioned to not like white people based upon news, etc., and Jewish people are white, then Jewish people have become the enemy. So I asked Noah quite literally in a chapter, I said, are Jewish people white? Like, let's talk about that.
And I went, huh? Yeah. I even wrote in my notes, huh?
We go everywhere. We talk Jewish people, white.
Yes.
What about anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism? Did the Jews kill Jesus? There's nothing that's off the table.
And is it possible to disagree with a Jewish person not be anti-Semitic? That was a question you asked. I also, the word Jew, because I still sort of...
I always say it. They always say Jewish people. And I'm like, you could say Jew.
Can you? I mean, according to this book, you say every Jew Jews differently.
Yes.
You said with respect to our patron saints, Adam Sandler and Barbara Streisand, we're not monolithic. That was your word.
Yes.
But you said it's okay to say.
Yes, it's okay to say. The reason that we have a reaction to the word Jew is because it has been used as a slur for so many years. Yeah. So it has been used as something negative. And when we were coming up with the name, I was like, I want to reclaim that word. There's nothing wrong with being a Jew. So I'm like, yeah, I'm a Jew.
For clarity, I did not want to call it uncomfortable conversations with a Jew. I said uncomfortable conversations with a Jewish person. She said, it's okay to say Jew.
Yeah. Well, I wish we had more time. Thank you so much for joining us, Emmanuel.
Very important conversation.
Thank you.
Sick, man.
Why they say.
Van Lithon, Emmanuel Trump, I'm not sure you're intended to convey by stating your Nigerian background frees you of generational trauma and takes the sting out of your convos with white people, but it feels like you purposely othered yourself and the descendants of slaves. Oh, they're coming for him. Oh, hell. Okay. Listen, we are now firmly in the territory of black people's business. And I do have a very white community. This is a very delicate conversation. Okay? I'll just say that there is at least from all of my many wonderful Nigerian first generation friends, a lot of Nigerians that come to the United States of America have an experience that basically causes them to realize that white supremacists and white people alike do not make the distinctions that they make in between those who are first generation immigrants from Africa versus African descendants of slaves. To the racist, you're just black. Many Nigerians might come into the country, especially as adults, oftentimes from relatively affluent backgrounds. It's not like it's super easy to come to the United States of America from an African nation at the end of the day, and assume that there is a difference in the way that the system sees you. There is no difference.
Say that, because I've been in them rooms when they saying that. When I kick it with black people and they're like, all white people are racist. I know why you're saying that. All the while, I have the privilege and luxury of not having generational trauma because my parents were born in Nigeria. So man, my method is removing some of the sting because I don't have that sting, and trying to deliver a message in a manner that people can receive it.
Okay. Let me tell you why what you just said offends me.
Okay.
All right. You saying that you don't have generational trauma, and you didn't mean it this way, but the reason, and it's, I have to name it, you saying that you don't have any generational trauma in some way meaning, or that in some way meaning that your delivery method to white people is going to be either more effective or more sanitized is, to me, dangerous. And let me tell you why. Everybody that you just named and what you're talking about does what they do in different ways. I don't think that any of the things that they do are necessarily harmful. But what I could say is a black man, a prominent one, acting as an emotional butler for white people and serving them the most milquetoast, unspicy, unseasoned brand of racial discourse and accountability possible could definitely be harmful. Like, we're fighting for our lives. And to me, having a conversation like that at that particular time, it's not that it's a different method. Everybody has a different method. Is that it's the wrong method. Is that it gives cover for.
Yeah, Van is fucking dope. All the way back when he was at TMZ and he was cooking, he was like one of the first to cook Kanye, if I remember correctly. Like, he literally was one of the first people in mainstream media as a prominent black figure, straight up was like, nope, like way ahead of the game, if not the only one at the time, when he was like, nope, that's crazy, you're out of your fucking mind. I stated my lineage to allow my understanding for my predisposition to be less hostile. It was giving the listener insight as to why, not implying I'm better. Bro said I'm not black, but I speak for black people. No, it's even worse. He said, because I'm not a descendant of slaves, I'm not like angry like you black people are. And obviously, like a lot of black Americans who are multiple generations in or direct descendants of slaves, African descendants of slaves, like, understand that there is a little bit of, there's a dynamic there Once again, I'm peeking in. I'm opening the door and giving you I guess a white person's assessment of firmly black people's business. But yeah, him saying like, oh, because I'm Nigerian, I have no baggage is ridiculous. It's also false. Yeah, there's always been fights in the African diaspora and African American community, but it's still ridiculous. Yeah, I think this is something that a lot of white people are completely oblivious to. I will tell you this much, okay? I know that first generation immigrants that are coming from Africa will not only sometimes see African descendants of slaves in the United States of America as lesser than, but also go so far as to the extent of calling them names that they've made up as a substitute for like the N-word, Canadian. This is not even a joke. Straight up. Like, it's ironic because it's like internalized white supremacist attitudes. Bro, they literally side with the white people on the bootstraps argument so bad. Yeah. 100% as a fellow first generation Nigerian, he's a liar. Any Nigerian or African who says they don't have generational trauma is a liar. He's tap dancing for white folks and using his Nigerian background as a shield. Wait, my nationality is a slur? I mean, that's literally just like, I mean, it's whatever. That's neither here nor there. Anyway, let's watch this fucking narcissistic asshole before I move on to some other shit.
Traffic in the name of a cause. No one likes you.
You're not wrong. People didn't believe me when I said that my parents used that term. Yeah. No, it's like when they call, sometimes people will call black people Canadian as a substitute for the N-word is like an inner community meme amongst first generation African immigrants as a way to signal that like they're come from a different background. It's a substitute to say like uneducated, violent, all the same racial stereotypes that white supremacists have for black people, which is, again, I'm just giving you guys a little bit of extra insight that I have, I guess, as a white guy to the best of my ability here. But I think that, how do you even know this? I just think, how would I know this? Just think about it. Because it's not like there's fucking memes about it or some shit that I saw online. No, this is like, this is the type of shit you only know when you have very close relationships with the groups of individuals that you're currently talking about. Anyway, that doesn't matter. But that's neither here nor there. That's not what I'm talking about here. What I'm talking about is also the turning point for many immigrants is almost always on the receiving end of white supremacist action from one of the organs of the state, which is when a lot of people come to the realization that like, oh shit, I am not being viewed as someone who is separate. Like, I am not being viewed in a separate lens as a first generation immigrant from Africa. I am just black. This also comes from how, I mean, this is also the same dynamics surrounding black culture. Why is there no tangible thing that you can associate with white culture other than like some memes that we talk about how, like, you know, putting raisin in the fucking potato salad or whatever? It's because blackness and black culture was born out of the material conditions that African descendants of slaves were subjected to. It was born out of a need as white supremacist chattel slavery destroyed all of the diverse backgrounds and the religious practices and the languages and cultural practices of black people, of Africans, and the unique parts of Africa that they came from. They were forced into creating a new culture born out of the violence and subjugation of chattel slavery. Because You know, there's a reason why, as a white person, you can trace your lineage all the way back to like when your fucking parents got on a boat and came here. You can trace your lineage all the way back to however many generations, but black people can't do that. Black people, African descendants of slaves in the United States of America, cannot do that. Have you never wondered why they cannot do that? Because there's a cutoff point where they became capital, one unit, forcibly removed from their own history, from their own ethnic backgrounds, from their own heritage, from their own languages and their cultural practices. Chattel. That's why there's a difference between black and white. Whiteness can only be defined on the boundaries of what it's not. And what it's not is black. Whiteness is the one group of people that will not ever be considered white, regardless of all of the other groups basically coming after, you know, multiple generations of immigration, coming under the banner of whiteness, becoming a part of the in-group. The only group that will never be considered white is black people. Asians will never be white. Brother, Asians are seen as the model minority. We're talking about the way that people in positions of power view and analyze and write out the rules. Anyway, black people are not looking to be white. That's not what I've ever even intended. Why do you have to always be so fucking unhinged? Anytime I speak on black issues, Demi Charm, please. You were so good for so long, for months and months and months. I'm aware, but I wanted Chad to understand. Okay, thank you. Sorry. No, there was a time when Demi Charm stopped chirping at me anytime I spoke on black issues for like a good couple, for like since October 7, I think. Pre-October 7, you would yell at me in this exact same way, but it's fine. What does being black have to do with Israel? Oh, nothing. Just like, it's just, I mean, being black has a lot to do with Israel if you're a Jewish person who happens to be black, but I mean, want to go to Israel, like if you're Ethiopian, for example.
And you're probably hurting your cause.
When you talk about black issues, it sounds patronizing. Maybe because I'm not talking to black people when I talk about black issues. And I'm talking to fucking white people who don't understand it at all. Yeah. Piers Morgan joke. Here's a Piers Morgan joke. There's a 3-minute ad break right now at the top of the hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Let's watch this video now.
In case you haven't seen what's going on lately, activists for ending the war in Gaza have taken to gathering on roads and bridges and stopping commuters from crossing. It happened last week in New York and San Francisco, Chicago, Seattle. They also blocked traffic here on the 405, but no one noticed.
Okay, that's actually, as a joke, that's fundamentally not a bad joke. Like, that actually was surprisingly not that bad of a joke. I can't believe I'm admitting this. Obviously, because, like, it's not, the receiving end of the joke is not the pro-Palestinian students or activists, but instead how shitty fucking LA traffic is.
What they did notice was this, that you have to be pretty dumb to think that the way to bring people around to your point of view is to make them late to pick up their kids from daycare. And that's what most normies are thinking. I have a kid. I have a job. And yes, I'm sure there are injustices on both sides in the Middle East, as there are injustices all over the world. But I'm going to be late for work, something you protesters on the bridge seem to have the luxury of not having to worry about, which seems kind of privilegey.
Isn't it funny that the dudes who are saying this and like chirping literally have not had like a real job in 4 decades? It's like Don Lemon. One, you're literally jobless, bitch. You right now don't even have the professional big boy job that you once did, which was already pretty fucking comfy to begin with, and you fucked up the bag. And it's like, now you do what I do. You and I are doing the same thing. Don't act like you speak for the fucking common man by being like, yeah, that's right. Like your commute is not a real thing, okay?
You can glue your hands to the street because your hands don't have to do any work today. I'm not saying there aren't sincere passions.
Oh, not the fucking pro-Palestinian students aren't fucking me, guys. Scott Galloway.
About Gaza, especially among people from the region, but social justice warriors, for a lot of them, it seems like it's more about the warrioring than about whatever the cause is. If you really cared about apartheid so much, which Israel does not actually practice.
Oh. Hey, this guy hates religion, by the way. Hey, have I told you guys how much Bill Maher hates religion? All religion. All religion, okay? He hates all religion unconditionally. Why is it there's so many of these dudes who are always like, I hate all religions. I'm just chirping about all religions. They never have that smoke for the religious fundamentalism at the heart, okay? At the heart of the Israeli state. The fuck do you mean? You literally just defended the ethno-state. The ethno-state specifically designed around one ethno-religion, Judaism. It's actually not Jewish at all for Israel to exist in the way that it does, but it is rather strange. Because he doesn't fucking feel that way about Muslims. This is a guy who fucking constantly talks about how ISIS is representative of all Islam and that sort of behavior. So on his own moral boundaries, he should be fucking finding Israel to be an abhorrent stain by his own supposedly atheist framework.
Arabs there vote, they serve in parliament, they sit on the judiciary. Wouldn't you start with this? With the hundreds of millions of women in the world who live under a true apartheid, a gender apartheid of the most brutal kind?
Bro, what is Israel doing to people that wear the hijab under its apartheid regime, which you claim does not exist? All matter of right-wing religious fundamentalism that exists in majority Muslim nations is also an unfortunate byproduct of Western imperialism. Also, you just said Israel doesn't have a gender apartheid when like 40% of the fucking parties in the Knesset are talking about how much they want to cover the women and how little they should be learning to read. The fuck do you mean, bro? Women must not read, party.
I'll wait. Are you really speaking truth to power, or do you just think you look cool in a keffiyeh? Which is really just the new Che Guevara t-shirt. Another historical figure you never researched and so think is a hero, but was actually a sadistic, racist monster fighting for...
Bro, Che Guevara, literally, first of all, he's using the Heritage Foundation, which I love for this project. Che Guevara. Okay, before I start with Che Guevara's own personal history, I just want to mention something really funny here. Aren't you anti-cancel culture? Aren't you literally anti-cancel culture? You're fucking chirping about a dude and what he wrote in the Motorcycle Diaries when he fucking literally spent the rest of his life fighting for Pan-African nationalist black liberation directly in Africa? Hey, dumb fuck. You are older than he was, and what the fuck have you done with your career? You're still racist. What an insane fucking take, dude. What an insane take. He's literally like, yo, have you seen what Che had to write about black people back in the day? Time to cancel him. Please do not look at the Cuban Revolution and what it did for black and brown indigenous Cubans, what it did in terms of emancipation for them. Please don't look at what Che Guevara did for the rest of his fucking life. Post-Cuban Revolution. Please. Bro pulled up old tweets. It's crazy. Yeah, students have not done their research. The Heritage Foundation.
Communism, the worst form of government ever. But these are small matters.
Now's a good time to explain. Yeah, by the way, Bill Maher, the public N-word user, by the way, being like, Che Guevara is so racist. You haven't done the reading. He is such a fucking arrogant piece of shit. I despise him so much because I'm not a radlib by any means, right? As you guys know, I get mad at radlibs all the fucking time, especially when people talk about like white mediocrity or whatever. But like Bill Maher is a thing that cannot exist as anything but a white man, an old white man, okay? He's not funny. He's not intelligent. There is no version of Bill Maher that is any other fucking race, any other background, okay? They get packed up. They might get opportunities. You might be like a mediocre white lady, for example, okay? And then boom, you'll get packed up eventually. No mediocre, arrogant, shitty, unfunny person has had this much staying power with the exception of Bill Maher. You cannot be like a black man and be this fucking mid and have this much of a career in Hollywood. It just doesn't happen. So he is, in a way, unironically, the perfect representation of white mediocrity and white supremacy in that regard. It's just so bad. And as years have gone by, his quote-unquote comedy has only worsened. He is just basically repeating PragerU videos now. Also, he's calling Che racist. Remember his comedy sketch was straight up just anti-Arab, Islamophobic garbage? Yeah, he fucking loves anti-Arab sentiment. He doesn't consider it to be racist. He considers it to be a brave and bold political statement. Che was so racist, he went to Africa to fight in the decolonial struggle. I think this tweet was made for you.
And scream if you love Yakuza.
Bro, stop showing me LeBron James right now.
Small matters when activism merges with narcissism. Less about the cause and more about me. Look at me.
Oh, dude, what are you doing? You're literally shitting on fucking student protesters who are getting brutally beaten down by the police right now for saying things that you are too terrified to say, because guess what? If you were to say those things, you wouldn't have a job anymore. That's right. You are a cowardly little piece of shit. You might genuinely believe that Israel is awesome personally, but you know damn well that if you were to say half of the fucking things that those student protesters are saying about how Israel is a genocidal state, about how Israel is committing a genocide and it is an apartheid regime, you would be shit canned, okay? Because that goes against the American State Department's interests. That's it. Because you have nothing else. You have nothing else to offer other than being an old, arrogant asshole. Talking about narcissism. Yeah, it's so narcissistic that these fucking 18-year-olds and these 19-year-olds are literally putting their goddamn education on hold, getting suspended, getting arrested, getting brutalized, getting doxxed to do what is right. How dare they have morals? This is the problem with so many Americans. We are so selfish, ultimately. We are so hyper individualistic. We are so materialistic. We are so hyper individualistic that, like, we are so in it for our own self-interest that we cannot imagine a world where someone does something for other people. We cannot comprehend that a human being can see the horrifying images coming out of Gaza, images that we paid for with our tax dollars, and say, this is wrong, this is immoral, we have to put an end to this. So all of these other protesters must also be grifting. If they were grifting, why are they on the side that has no international support from governments? Why are people grifting on the side that the media is regularly bastardizing and lying about and calling Hamas supporters and Iran supporters and Islamist fundamentalism supporters? Ridiculous. I despise this fucking freak so much. You alcoholic piece of shit.
Watch me. And if you like the way I'm fighting injustice, remember to like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe to what? The counter-protesters literally have media accounts. They are trying to unironically make a media fucking career out of this situation. It's the Zionists that actually have their own fucking personal... They have their own personal accounts. The student protesters hide their faces, Bill. Why do they hide their faces, Bill? They hide their face because they get doxxed, Bill.
In February, a sad, confused man even lit himself on fire in front of the Israeli embassy, and in his last Facebook post, he said, "Many of us like to ask ourselves, what would I do if I was alive during slavery?" Interesting cocktail question, sir, and I guess the right answer is kill myself. But it wouldn't have actually fixed the problem if General Ulysses S. Grant had immolated himself and his last words were, "Hey, Lincoln, are you using that log?"
Wait, is he saying that Aaron Bushnell, instead of engaging in a radical act of protest as an airman, should have just violently destroyed the nation state of Israel somehow? Is that what you're saying, Bill? Are you going to give us the guns, Bill? What's happening? Would you be on board if people actually rose up in arms? Is that what you're fucking advocating for? Anything that you do in forms of protest is actually bullshit. Guess what? Because you're not nuking Israel, so it's bullshit. Okay, man, thanks. What the fuck are you saying? Does he believe anything that he says? I don't understand it. Yeah, he's like, why are you protesting? Join the Al-Qassam brigades now.
And then last week, another sad, confused man set himself on fire at the Trump trial in New York. So you can tell yourself you're a martyr for the Palestinian cause, but it's a lot less special when the next guy does it for Stormy Daniels. I don't want to diminish how sad it is that someone would take their own life for any reason, but maybe from now on, before anyone commits an act of civil disobedience, they should ask themselves a few questions, like, is the most important thing in my life something I hadn't heard of 6 months ago? Do I even know? Do I even know what the fuck I'm talking about?
Once again, the assumption that, like, the people protesting against Israel's genocidal apartheid regime, they just simply don't know. Because if they did know how complex it is, then, you know, they wouldn't be protesting. They would be like me, making fun of the protesters. They would be like me, trying to both sides of genocide. They would be like me, actually, not even both siding, because I don't think he both sides it at all. I think he just is unconditionally dick riding Israel. Oh, if only you read the books that I've read that says Israel's genocide is good, actually, and totally valid. You know, then you wouldn't be protesting against 15,000 children being ruthlessly slaughtered with American tax dollars and American legal and political cover under the international community, as Israel gets to do that with our weapons that we paid for.
Am I really here for the cause, or is the cause here to bring you me? Hey, if it makes you feel good to cosplay as...
This literally falls apart. This falls apart instantly when you realize what's at stake for these protesters. Like, this is the same energy of being like, dude, you're a leftist grifter, you're a leftist grifter. You don't like what I say. Can't you comprehend that if you don't like what I say, then there are plenty of others who don't like what I say? I could be saying something else if I was a fucking grifter. Nobody grifts to the left. Nobody fucking protests an issue like this because they're going to get anything out of it. They do not get anything out of it, which is extra ironic because a guy who is getting something out of his unconditional loyalty to this apartheid regime is ascribing his own fucking guilt and his own resentment for his actions to those who are actually putting their fucking bodies on the line for what they believe in. That's what's funny about this entire process, that Bill Maher is a phenomenally mediocre person. Like an unimaginably mediocre person. And he's so fucking arrogant. And he's such a smarmy know-it-all, even though he is devoid of any kind of knowledge on the situation. And the things that he does know are just propaganda talking points that he spits out like, oh, there's Arab members in the Knesset. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's super sick. Can a Christian or a Muslim citizen of Israel marry a Palestinian Muslim and give them citizenship inside of Israel? Or do they get downgraded? The answer might shock you, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe he didn't read that book, though, I guess. Oh, no, I'm Palestinian Israeli. Palestinian citizens of Israel can't live wherever the fuck they want. They literally have housing discrimination that is codified. The state that he's defending has literally written the rules that Israel is a state for the Jews. Israel is supposed to be a Jewish state. Think about that. There is no other world in which this level of exclusion is even remotely seen as permissible. We all know exactly what it is, but when Israel does it, it's like, well, what are you going to do? Sorry, I have to defend it. Not a leg to stand on for this fucking asshole. That's why he's like, oh, I'm imagining a world where the students are actually just like me. Mercenaries. A person who once made one brave statement in his entire fucking life, an out-of-pocket statement in the immediate aftermath of 9/11, and was punished for it, so I spent the rest of my life suckling on the boot. That's right, Bill Maher, in the immediate aftermath of 9/11 said, you know who's brave? Dudes with box cutters that took over a fucking plane and directly landed that plane on the towers. You know what's not brave? You know what's not brave? Lobbing cruise missiles at their family members from thousands of miles away. He said that, and he was, of course, understandably, immediately taken over the air. Why are you saying LSF, dumbass? I'm not saying I said that. He said that. Oh, USF. Hassan, please move on. He sucks, bro. Hassan, listen to the K-Dish track. Please, K-Dot is back it up. Please go so hard. Oh my God, this dude is out of his
As
mind.
revolutionaries, knock yourself out, burn yourself out. Just don't drag Gaza into it. Also, throwing stuff on paintings is just stupid. No one sees mashed potatoes on a Monet and thinks, he's got a point, I should recycle my cans. Last week, Google employees staged a sit-in to protest their company doing business with Israel. Their T-shirts said, Googlers against genocide, but they could have just as well said, look at me, see me. And Google did see them to the door.
Wait, what? Doesn't this completely go against the narrative that he was presenting, that people are doing this for selfish reasons? They got fired. Why are these fucking assholes cheering? When you ask Zionists why Israel is allowed to discriminate against people who aren't Israeli, they say it's perfectly normal. Then when you tell them the U.S. grants constitutional rights to due process to all peoples within its jurisdiction, regardless of residence or citizenship status, they move the goalposts and say, yeah, well, Israel has to do it because terrorism. Yeah.
Damn, this guy's good.